again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Hasselgrave Cricket Ground here on campus at Loughborough University. It's day 2 of the 2022 school games, and you're here at the number 1 sport, it's the cricket. 10 sports are taking place all around campus and also just wider from the campus at the likes of the Velodrome in Derby and also at Donington. 10 sports in the school games this year. We've got athletics at the Paul Rackett Stadium just on the far side behind the scoreboard. We've also got the hockey. If you move to the left, you'll be able to hear and see the water sprays. And also, if you're a spectator sitting on the deck chairs, just a word to your left behind you, you see a gap in the hedge and a door. If you walk through that door, you'll be able to then find refreshment. So again, behind where you're sitting, to the left, you'll see the hedge where the hockey pitches are. If you go through that door, and there'll be stewards there directing you towards any refreshments that you need throughout the day. Now, the 2022 School Games National Finals is a multi-sport event held for talented young people in the UK, and it's taking place this weekend until the final, of course, tomorrow here at the Hasselgrave. And it's the 15th edition, following obviously the 2021 that was behind closed doors. And it's taking place thanks to national lottery funding from Sport England and as part of the Birmingham 2022 Legacy Investments. Now, over the 448 campus, we've got an extensive range of both indoor and outdoor facilities, world-class facilities here on campus, and the experience is designed to replicate that of an Olympic village for all of the athletes. Off the field of play, and this is thanks to a range of experiences including education workshops, volunteering and of course competing in the events themselves. And these opportunities boost young people's health and happiness, and it will give them skills and also opportunities for life. Now, over 1,000 school-age athletes from England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland will be competing at venues across the campus area and in Derby at the Velodrome and also at Donington. And since the school games were invented back in 2006, nearly 23,000 young athletes have competed at the school games. And these are thanks to our partners, including the Youth Sport Trust, our event host, Loughborough University, Sport England, the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, the Department for Education, the British Paralympic Association, the British Olympic Association, and Sport Wales, Northern Ireland, and Sport Scotland. Many thanks to our event host, Loughborough University, the University of the Year for Sports. Now, I mentioned the start of the school games back in 2006. It was established after London actually won the bid for the 2012 Olympics. It seems a long time ago, but when we won the bid for the Olympics and Paralympic Games, it was adapted then since we won that bid in 2006. And since
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come to support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker, read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
Please welcome our umpires, Julia Jarvis and Amy Clark. Get the suntan cream out, get your sunnies on. It's day 2 at the Crickets. Please welcome to the field, Team Siva. And please welcome the opening batters for Team Knights, number 6, Neve Holland, and 7, Abby Norgrove. $20 overs per side, first 6 overs of the power play, so there will be 2 fielders only allowed outside of the circle. Opening the bowling for Team Siva from the pavilion end, number 9, Millie Taylor. A very warm welcome to the live stream. My name is Peter Selby, and I'm bringing you both the announcing and the commentary as well during this first match and the second as well today on day 2 of the 2022 school games. A very warm welcome to Loughborough University wherever you are around the world listening to and watching the live stream. We've got the first game underway now, and it's Team Siva who are bowling first. They actually won the toss in the green shirts, and they are bowling, and thankfully the sun is out at the House of Grey, the home of Lightning Cricket here on campus at Loughborough University, but home of the Crickets at the School Games 2022. I'm going to take a quick run here. Gone for possibly the wrong end with the throw. But once again, Team Siva electing to bowl, which is an interesting decision with the first 2 games won by teams setting the score. I'd say with the conditions today, better than yesterday. The par score you're looking for will be anywhere north of 150. And today, you might just push that on, maybe 10 runs or so. So you're looking 160 possibly is maybe a par score with the overhead conditions an awful lot better. Mainly just from a visual point of view. I think the outfield will still be very quick, maybe slightly drier, a little bit quicker, but it's certainly a clearer day because it was very murky yesterday. Bowling from the pavilion end is Millie Taylor. Commentary position is from her end. We've got the first runs on the board. That's going to run away possibly for 4. Yes, it does. Yeah, if we were fielding to Millie Taylor's bowling, we'll be at long off. That's our position. Down pitch side. Team Knights beating Team Brunt yesterday, and then Team Brunt beat Team Siva. So just from a competition point of view, if Team Siva were to win today, it means everyone would have won 1 game and lost a game. It would set up the competition extremely well. Now, we didn't quite get a chance to see Team Siva at their very, very best when it came to the batting yesterday. So I was kind of hoping Team Siva would actually bat first. But never mind, they've gone for the bowling option. We've got the leg of Millie Taylor starting off. Team Knights, very accomplished in their first game. Brunt, actually, I think Knights and Brunt are very, very even sides, and it was a close game to start things off with. End of the first over. End of the first over, and Team Knights 7 without loss. And to bowl from the Paula Radcliffe end, Lizzie Scott. So Lizzie Scott from the Paula Radcliffe end, Paula Radcliffe Stadium behind her. Yeah, two very even sides, Brunt and Knight, and I just wanted to see Siva maybe bat first, but they do have plenty of talent in their side. All these players mixed up from teams all over the country, 100 players and teams associated with professional outfits. Plenty of Lightning players here as well, familiar to plenty of locals. Second game at 2:30. Plenty of spectators over to the left of your camera position. Also the two dugouts, scoreboard to the right. Start by Lizzie. Wicketkeeper Jemima Spence standing up to Lizzie Scott. Change of wicketkeepers today, I think for both sides actually. Spence then standing up, and just wait to see with Team Knight. I think it's going to be Jessica Olorenshaw who's going to hold the gloves today. Pretty sure that was told out in the middle by Olivia Thomas, the captain, when they made the toss. It was all of half an hour or plus ago, so it's completely gone out of my mind. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be Olorenshaw. But Spence with the gloves in the green at the moment, and doing very well, standing up to what is an impressive first over by Lizzie Scott. Excellent over from Lizzie Scott. Team Knight now 8 without loss after 2. Change of bowling from the pavilion end, Hannah Hardwick. So change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's going to be Hannah Hardwick, so pace from both ends now. Right arm over, and again Spence standing up. Interesting actually, discussion out in the middle before the toss between the captains and the umpires, and they were talking about leg side wides, whether it would be an automatic wide or not, and they're not employing that rule. But it was an interesting discussion between the umpire, Amy Clark, who's actually standing at square leg at the moment, and the captains, and she was basically explaining wherever your hip is, full toss and possible catch, and first wicket. First wicket goes. We'll be very disappointed with that shot. Full toss and straight to the fielder. Easy catch in the end. And the good start from Team Siva just gets better. 8 for 1, Team Knight. Aberdeen goes for 3 runs, and it's 8 for 1 now, Team Knights. New batter for Team Knights, number 1, Megan Sturge. So it was a catch by Poppy J. Watkins. Mid-on, just not caught properly, the full toss. Bit of a gift, really. And Norcroft goes. So Neve Holland joined by Megan Sturge. Back to my discussion of leg side wides. So the umpire, she was basically saying, wherever you're taking guard, your hip, that will be the line of where it will be wide. So, for example, you stand and take guard, and as furthest wide down leg side of your hip, that will be the point. So if then you decide to move across your stumps, and then it goes down leg side, it could actually not be a wide, because the line is, again, where your hip was when you took guard. If you decide to move across your stumps, and it just misses your hip, well, you've moved across. So that initial line stays where it is. And both captains understood, and there we go. That's why everything down the leg side not necessarily will be called a wide. That's a good throw from the deep. Good take as well by the keeper. Gun arm out sweeping. That's Daisy Carter, who nearly won a remarkable game yesterday. She hit 40 and rapid time, needed about 30 odd off the last 8 balls and nearly got there. So that's when it comes to leg side wides. Very well explained actually by the umpire Amy Clark to the players. Julia Jarvis is the umpire at the wicket at the current time, as Hardwick continues. And the end of the over, successful over, 11 for 1. First wicket then goes down, 11 for 1 after 3, Team Knights. Lizzie Scott to continue from the Paula Radcliffe end. And the sun's just gone in. That could possibly be the last of the sun we see today. It was good while it lasted. Excellent first over from Scott. Only 1 coming from it, and she's on the money again with the first in her second. Again, bang on the money by Lizzie Scott this time, just turning the speedo up slightly. Banged in slightly short, and again, very well taken by Spence. This is turning into a very good power play for the green shirts of Siva. So 4 runs, four wides there. That was quick and down leg side. Nothing the keeper could do about that at all. Actually, it was an apology given by Lizzie Scott to Jemima Spence. Fine leg just in front of us. Poppy J. Watkins just moves slightly finer to maybe cut off anything down leg. Slight misfield's not going to result in anything else between the wickets. I think it's the worst idea actually for fine leg just to move a little bit finer, because it will rapidly come down the hill towards it. You've got a deep backward square leg as well. The 2 fielders outside of the circle. Behind square, it's Darcy Carter at deep backward square. With the gun arm. And the over, 17 for 1. Four overs gone, and 17 for 1 Team Knights. 4 overs, so 2 overs to go of the power play. Hannah Hardwick to continue from the pavilion end. So 2 overs remaining of the power play. 17 for 1, an excellent power play for Team Siver. Overall, roughly around 50 runs has been scored during the power play, so this is tremendous for the bowling side, who won the toss, elected to bowl first. The clouds have come over, and Hardwick, who has the wicket, caught by Poppy J. Watkins, who's back in the position where she caught Norgrove at mid-on. 17 for 1 after 4, so this is an excellent start. And at the moment, it's a very good decision to bowl. Lovely ramp shots. Is it going to run? It might not. It might just hold up and turf. It has held up. And around comes Lizzie Scott, but an excellent shot. Made good connection on that. Maybe just a little bit too much of a good connection. Taking a little bit of the pace off the ball. Fine leg on the boundary. And there's a sweeper on the offside as well. And that's again, Darcy Carter's been just standing out there the whole time. It's going to run down the hill. It's going to hold up again. So maybe just a little bit of dew down there. It does run very quickly down what is a slight slope towards the scoreboard, but those last two holding up in the outfield. You must say, obviously, the conditions here over the summer exactly the same as everywhere else, absolutely bone dry, but the outfield is in remarkable condition. It's an absolute carpet. Another ramp shot, this time 4 runs. Tremendous invention at the crease and resulting in a much needed boundary for Team Knights, but it's still a good start from Siva. After 5 overs, 26 for 1 Team Knights. Lovely couple of ramp shots in that over. So 1 more over of the power play. Change of bowling for Team Siva from the Paula Radcliffe end, Sydney Gorham. So a change of bowling, Sydney Gorham from the Paula Radcliffe end, so pace all the way after the actual first over was the leg of Millie Taylor. 26 for 1 after that boundary with the final ball. The previous over. Full toss, that's hammered straight down the ground, that's going to run for 4. Just over the top of Amrusaran Kumar. Bit of a loosener, we'll say, from Gorham. And dismissed by Neve. Shy at the stumps there, just missing. Certainly, Gorham has now got into a nice rhythm after that first ball. 32 for 1 after the power play. So at the end of the power play, Team Knights 32 for 1. So after 6 overs, 32 for 1. Now 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle. And a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Number 15 is Poppy J. Watkins. So Poppy J. Watkins then, change of bowling, left arm over, pace again, and you'll notice again, Jemima Spence standing up to what is one of the most rapid bowlers on the show. Poppy, who caught out actually the opener Norgrove at mid-on. She's been fielding down here at fine leg, just in front of our position, but here she is bowling. Tall, strong bowler. Chipped into the side. Comes through for a quick single. "17 not outs. Niamh Holland on strike. The blonde hair. Sturge at the non-striker's end. Gap through mid-wicket. There is a sweeper once again. Darcy Carter. Slightly too wide. It will be a wide. I think Niamh will be looking to play it through. Just square of the covers. The easy runs there. But difficult actually then to score a 4 though, because Carter's very quick. Mid-on and mid-off are up. And I think it might be quite difficult actually to play on a front foot to Watkins, because she is quite tall, and even a length delivery will rise up. Third man on the boundary, fine legs up in the circle, just moving point, just backward of point. And it's going to squirm down to third man position. Nearly interesting, the fielding move. Don't think they'll bring her shorter into a gully, because she is protecting that point boundary. Fuller this time, but again outside of off stump and no chance for the keeper. Going to run through for 1. It's going to go down as a wide as well. So the radar just slightly off from Poppy J. Watkins at the moment. Shouts of "come on PJ" from her Civer teammates. Oh, just avoids the fielder. It's going to run through. It might actually hold up actually just before the boundary. Nope, goes for 4. Good dive by Millie Taylor. Thought we we're going to have a bit of a deja vu moment with the first wicket, but just slightly avoids the fielder. She's got maybe just a fingertip on it. It goes down as 4. Probably the most unconvincing 4 so far from Niamh Holland. And the fielder, Millie Taylor, goes back to the boundary. So 2 out on the leg side boundary. Deep backward square leg. Noise in the background from the Athletics. Paula Radcliffe Stadium just behind the scoreboard, the bell there for the final lap of whatever event. That's gone high, should be caught, and is so. Excellent catch. Coming in from point. And another wicket goes down, big wicket as well. Niamh Holland goes for 24, 43 for 2. Neve Holland goes for 24 and Team Knights are 43 for 2. New batter for Team Knights, number 4, Jessica Olorenshaw. .43 for 2 then after 7. Wicket there for Poppy J. Watkins. Gorham to continue. In comes Garter. Garter, I'd say, possibly has the biggest arm here. 44 for 2. Just wait until I to be completely accurate with the fielder who caught that. To wait till the next over. So new batter is Jessica Olorenshaw on strike, watching that go wide. So a big wicket, 24 for Neve Holland, who was one of the big scorers yesterday with 65, and the 2 opening batters out. So at the crease is Olorenshaw wearing 4. At the other end, wearing 1, Megan Sturge. Still plenty of batting to come, including Mary Taylor. But at the moment, it's a good start from Team Civet. If you've offered them 45 for 2 after 7, they certainly would have taken that. From Gorham. Olorenshaw just reaching for that and gets off the mark. Down the ground for an easy single. Gorham has finished the over very well. 47 that will be now for 2 after 8. Eight overs gone, 47 for 2 Team Knights. Change of bowling for Team Civet from the pavilion end, Amusa and Kumar. So change of bowling, number 10, Amu Surankumar will be brought into the action. Very similar field to Poppy J. Watkins is. Again, the keeper standing up. To pull that through mid-wicket, there is no cover really down the ground at all, actually. Only mid-on, mid-off. Fielder in the covers, the captain. Pulled away and dropped at mid-wicket. Dropped it by Pavley. That's Pavley. She really will be disappointed with that. Gareth Pavley there, hands on knees. Still a good start though by Amu. That's going to run for 4. It's going to go down as 4 byes. Just slightly straying down leg, but also it was a fuller delivery as well, so very difficult for the keeper. And the 50's up, 53 for 2 after 8. End of the over, and it's 53 for 2, so the 50 up now for Team Knights. 53 for 2 after 9. Change of bowling for Team Silver from the Paula Radcliffe end. Please welcome Darcy Carter. That's a wonderful shot, just leaning into it and straight down the ground, really, just wide of the fielder. Cover point, she's going to move slightly to her right. But a wonderful shot by Ola Renshaw. And just leaning forward, full face of the bats. 57 for 2 though. The 9 overs, still a very good start for Team Civet. Carter then into the attack. A high back lift from Ola Renshaw. Meets it again on the full and straight down the ground, and it will be 4 runs, I think. Yep, 4 runs. Fielder down there at long off can do nothing about that. No fear from Ola Renshaw. Even with the fielder on the boundary, she can actually just be pushed back to the boundary rope itself. Suran Kumar, I think, was kind of in a little bit of a halfway house situation. Oh no, she's come in again. Surprising, I thought she might go back to the boundary rope. And again, Ola Renshaw looking to meet the ball down the wicket. Into the 60s, end of the over. 61 for 2 at the halfway stage. At the halfway stage of Team Knight's innings, 61 for 2 after 10. 61 for 2 after 10 of the 20 overs. Change of bowling for Team Civet from the pavilion end, Caris Pavley. Caris Pavley then from the pavilion end. Changing their bowlers fairly quickly, Team Civet, only giving Suran Kumar just the 1. Pretty sure she'll be back. Now she's been put back onto the boundary, which I think it's not the worst idea, to be perfectly honest, when the pace is taken off the ball, although Caris tends to fire it in, really. But I certainly would have the fielder down here at the long off boundary, especially when Ola Renshaw's on strike, which she will be for the next delivery. That's a monstrous shot. It's going to go for 6 runs. Well, there's the power of Ola Renshaw. And we were talking about the fielder down here, Suran Kumar, being moved back to the boundary. That was a good move. I think they might have to move more than one fielder to the boundary after that. In fact, they have done long on and long off now. And that's pulled square of the wicket and another boundary. Vital acceleration from Team Knight. Ola Renshaw now 20. So we've got a long on, we've got a long off. Deep mid wicket then goes out onto the boundary, trying to give some sort of cover. Still got the sweeper straight down the ground. It's not going to dissect the fielders. Across comes Amu, slight misfield, but doesn't result in an extra run. An end of an exciting over, 72 now. And Team Knight, good 73 for 2. But Team Knight will need more of those if they're going to get towards a par score. Huge 6 in that last over, accelerates the score on to 73 for 2 after 11. Darcy Carter to continue from the Paula Radcliffe end. So Carter to continue, and Suren Kumar is again only halfway at mid-off. Mid-on is a long on. And they're moving a fielder on towards the square leg boundary, not quite on the boundary, 10 yards from it. Ola Renshaw thought about that one going big again. Deep mid-wicket actually down on the boundary as well. On strike is Sturge, she's on 11. Rotating the strike. So Ola Renshaw again has already hit Carter down the ground a couple of times. Pulls it, good fielding, quick run as well, well fielded. By Maddie Ward, who was behind the stumps yesterday. Straight to her, either side of her, that would have ran for 4. Sturge meets it on the full. After 12 overs, Team Knight 78 for 2. There's 3 fielders down the grounds. Can easily cut that off. .78 for 2 after 12. This is really, at the moment, I feel these overs here is where the innings will be made or fall apart if they can really put away the slower bowlers, these two. Could turn into a half-decent score, but at the moment, we're just holding on here, Team Siva. I know we've had a couple of 6s, but at the moment, they're just keeping them at bay, failing to be, especially the last couple of overs. Ooh, it's an inside edge. It's just going to result in the 1. Put Ola Renshaw on strike, who is probably the bigger hitter out of the 2. Sturge, a very, very good player. Ola Renshaw at the moment is the one with the 6s to her name. Excellent delivery. 80 for 2. Again, the trap has been set. There's nothing else in the field at all, really, that Team Siva could employ to the likes of Ola Renshaw. And a wonderful catch. It wasn't to the trap down the field. It was great hands by Florence Miller. And that's a big wicket. Ola Renshaw goes for 24, 80 for 3. Jessica Ola Renshaw goes for 24, and Team Knights now 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. New batter for Team Knights, number 9, Mary Taylor. Excellent hands then from Florence Miller. First wicket for Pavley. Talk about the trap down the ground, mid on, mid off, turning onto a long on, long off, and deep mid wicket being slightly straighter. So the trap was there, but it turns out had an extra cover. Florence Miller, very quick hands and taking a real cracker of a catch. I was ready to move field, actually, that ball. But plucked from the air. And a big wicket. So 24 was the score for Ola Renshaw. She goes. And Mary Taylor, who opened the batting yesterday, is now in for Team Knights. And Siver will know, and fans of Team Siver, if they can get Taylor, that will be a huge wicket. 80 for 3. So 3 wickets down now, Team Knights. 80 for 3 after 13 overs. Change of bowling for Team Siver. Returning, but this time from the Paula Radcliffe end, number 10, Amu Suren Kumar. So just a change round of bowling. Suren Kumar, who we thought were going to be back, but this time now from the Paula Radcliffe end, 80 for 3. So Taylor will be batting with Sturge, and there's still batting to come. Sturge over the top, but that's not going to run. It should hold up, I'd imagine. 3 fielders converge and come through for 3 runs. So good running between the wickets. Yeah, there's still batting to come, but this is a big wicket here. You've got Sturge set on now 18, and again Mary Taylor, who opened the batting yesterday for Team Knights, scored 40, now at the crease. So this is very important for both sides. Obviously Team Knight need to accelerate from here with, let's face it, still wickets to come. Only 3 down, but Siver know if they can keep it tight but also take a few. Oh, this is going to be a quick run between the stumps. It might have been struggling there if that was direct, but yeah, Team Siver, now if they can pick a wicket or 2 up here, it will be advantage certainly Siver. So Sturge on strike. Suren Kumar bangs it in short, pulled away, but quite as well timed as a few of Sturge's previous efforts, just the one. Taylor on strike, lots of room through mid-wickets for what would be 1, maybe 2. Field actually very, very widely spread to Taylor. Straight down the ground. That's going to go for either a 4 or 6. That's a massive 6. Straight in the middle of the side screen and about 2 foot from the top as well. So that might force a bit of a field change here. They may push one of the mid-on or mid-off fielders back to the boundary. Or they're going to just stick with the plan. They're going to stick with the plan. They might have to bring one of the fielders in. They might bring the fine leg fielder in. Yes, they do. So fine leg comes into the circle. One of those two then goes out, and it's going to be mid-off who goes into a long off. Well, that is a very brave piece of bowling. Saw at the last minute Taylor just starting to charge again. And Amu has just rolled her hand over that, rolled her fingers, and it's come out very slow, full as well, and has worked very well, just dug out by Taylor. Excellent piece of cricket all round, actually. Sturge again into that massive gap through mid-wicket, so there's going to be 1-2 there. Good running, good call by Taylor, who quickly called 2. .94 for 3 after 14. And returning to the attack, but this time from the pavilion end, Sydney Gorham. Gorham with a very, very long run up. But it is quite deceptive. You'd think that maybe would have been a slow ball, but that is the pace of Gorham. A floaty delivery, for want of a better word. After a very, very long and quick run up. Keeper standing up, gives it away, although Joanna Spence can stand up to very quick deliveries. Inside edge, bottom edge, and it will be just a quick single. Long on, long off. Certainly would have been interested there for Mary Taylor, who at the moment is putting the kitchen sink behind every shot. Just 1 or 2, not quite being as well timed as that monster 6 in the previous. 14 overs gone, still yet to get to 3 figures. To the leg side, just a single. Quite timed from Sturge. She moves on to 22, 96 for 3. Taylor on strike. Up comes Suren Kumar from long off. Long on the boundary. Taylor on strike. Comes down. And caught behind. Excellent catch then from Spence. All sorts were maybe going to happen there. Taylor came down the wicket very quickly. Thought for a minute she was going to be bowled or maybe stumped. I think Spence would have been a very, very easy stumping as well, but there was obviously an obvious nick. And Taylor goes big wicket for Siva. 96 for 4. Mary Taylor goes for 9, and it's 96 for 4 now, Team Knights. New batter for Team Knights, Rachel King. An interesting discussion there as Mary Taylor was walking off. Some of the Team Knights bench were essentially saying there was 5 fielders outside of the circle. Well, when that happens, new batter off the mark, Rachel King, when that happens, normally you'd say it would be long and long off. If one's inside and one's outside, if they're both outside, normally that can be the problem when it's 5 outside of the circle. But for that delivery, certainly Suryan Kumar was inside of the circle. So if there was 5 outside of the circle and Suryan Kumar was inside, then that would have been a real error elsewhere in the field. I must admit, from our position, throwing a miss, didn't actually count 5 outside of the circle myself before that delivery, but again, Suryan Kumar was inside the circle, so maybe I'll just side with the fielding side on that. But again, I wasn't exactly counting between every single delivery. End of the over, 98 for 4 after 15. "15 overs gone and 98 for 4. Change of bowling for Team Siver from the Paula Radcliffe end, number 9, Millie Taylor. Yeah, just talking to James next to me, who's in control of all the music here. It's not the greatest vantage point for actually figuring out who's inside and outside of the circle, but just to go back to my point, sometimes you'll have a long on and a long off. One of them, say, comes forward into, say, a mid-on position, and then all of a sudden you go, right, what we'll do, push them both out to the boundary and forget to bring in another fielder. That's normally the error, but that didn't happen for that ball. So, but I'm not saying that the bench were wrong. Well, lovely little flick ramp shot. It's not going to go for 4, but nice bit of invention. 99 for 4 will become 100. So the 100 up for Team Knights. They wanted that to happen slightly earlier. Oh, that's beautiful. And that is 4 runs, and that's going to be the best shot so far. Many people say maybe the straight 6, but lovely, wide, sweeping angle and perfect connection. Ended over and the 100 up now for Team Knight, 108-4-4 after 16 overs. So 108-4-4 after 16, just getting a little bit brighter, which is what we want. For temperature-wise as well. For fans of shorts watch, yesterday myself and James both in shorts. It was a terrible error because it was freezing. But I've gone with the shorts again today. James has gone for jeans, which he might actually have the advantage over me later as it expected to get cloudier. But at the moment, the temperature's holding up quite nicely. Slower delivery down the ground. It's going to bounce in between fielders. Oh dear, just it's going to run for 4. That's a misfield. Bobby J. Watkins there, expecting it to bounce a little bit higher, but a welcome for Team Knight. But of course the sun not only drying out a little bit of the dew that was on the ground, but also just keeping that temperature into a nice early 20s. Well, appeal for leg before. Was it arm before? Sturge on 32 at the non-striker's end. Major King, the new batter, on 6 already after that 4 a couple of balls ago, and attempted again ramp. Fielder herring round from square leg. To be honest, with that delivery, because of the pace of Gorham, if she got a good connection on that, it could have been a possible chance for the fielder. She's now moved very, very fine leg position, and she's done it again. Here we go. Oh, it lands just before her. Well, a good shot, but very risky. Nearly, James, they're nearly called a catch a ball early. You can almost just see it happening again. Oh, it nearly got there. I don't want anyone to lose their wicket. They're completely neutral in this game, but if we manage to preview a wicket, that would have been excellent. That would have been a highlights to cut and show everyone. Anyway, Gorham continues. Now, because she's fine, that's gone wider of her. And has it been cut off? Yes, it has. Good fielding down there, but they've managed to come back for an extra run. Yes, they have. That's excellent running. Also an excellent shot. So the fielding slight change nearly brought a wicket, but then cost an extra couple of runs the next ball. Good cricket all round with a few overs to go. Team Knight 116-4-4. 35 not outs for Megan Sturge. And a bowling change for Team Siver, returning from the Paula Radcliffe end, Darcy Carter. 116-4, 17 overs gone. Now Carter's going to return from the Paula Radcliffe end. She was hit for a couple of big shots by Taylor. Sturge tries to do exactly the same. This time he just goes along the ground down for a single. 116-4-4, so still behind what you would say would be a par score here. Needs some big overs, Team Knight. And Carter, possibly a bowler to target high. Gorham underneath this, and it lands safe. It will not go for 4, but they'll come back for, that's 3. Yeah, Carter, this is a chance to score off, but also, as we just saw there, a chance for the fielders as well. King on strike. Full toss. One bounce to the sweeper. So Sturge on strike. Fielder goes back on the leg side. Square leg goes onto the boundary. Deep mid-wicket. You've also got a long on as well. And the sweeper out on the offside. There's the 4. High in the air towards her. One bounce again, and almost wrong foot in her. Good hands. And a possible run out as well. I think if that was cleanly taken. In fact, she's out. Well, it wasn't cleanly taken by the keeper, but the bail was dismissed. The ball rolled towards it, and that goes down as a run out. Not quite the conventional take and run out you would see, but I think all credit goes down to the fielder on the boundary. First of all for stopping that, and then throwing in pretty quickly. And another wicket goes down. Again, not the most conventional run out you see, but a wicket nonetheless. Megan Sturge goes for 36 and Team Knight 120. For the loss of 5. New batter to the crease for Team Knights. Is number 2. To Laura Smitten. And at the crease, just Darcy Carter was just starting her run up there. Didn't let me announce her name to the crowd. Never mind. 5 down. 37 for Megan Sturge. And the end of the over. 18 overs gone, 122 for the loss of 5 now, Team Knights. Laura Smitten now at the crease. So 2 overs to go. And a change of bowling for Team Siver. Returning from the pavilion end will be number 14, Hannah Hardwick. So Hannah Hardwick is the bowling change. I think it was Hannah actually who was down sweeping actually with that throw for the run out. She's got a wicket to her name already. 122 for 5, 2 overs to go. Hardwick. Excellent fielding off her own delivery. And has stopped a run there. There's the fielder down at the long on boundary. Would have surely cut that out, but excellent hands from Hardwick. Beautiful shot for 4. Knew there was pace on the ball, the full delivery, and just had to put the bat in position, let the ball hit the bat, and it's going to be 4 runs. No need for any big sweep or any timing. Just put the bat in position and let the pace on the ball do the work. 126 for 5. So from this position, we're looking to maybe get to 140. Hardwick in again. And excellent from behind the stumps. Jemima Spence, brilliant stumping. Fantastic hands from a wider delivery from Hardwick. And the awareness to whip the bails off. Well, if the run out in the previous over was not conventional, that was. And that was excellent from Spence. Team Knights in a spot of bother. Excellent keeping there from Jemima Spence behind the stumps. And Team Knight now 126 for 6 with the new batter coming to the crease for Team Knight's number 8, Emily Cherns. Yeah, wonderful keeping. We're mentioning it all day, really, the fact that she's been standing up, but also has been exceptional with the gloves. And there's the cherry on top of the icing of her keeping day. Wonderful take. High into the offside. It's going to land out a couple of times. Oh, it's going to be an extra run. Avely slightly off balance. It's through for a second. 128 for 6. 1 over after this. Again, that target 140 they'll be wanting to get. Anything under 140, Team Silver will be delighted with. Hardwick in again. Straight delivery. New batter Cherns on strike. And end of the over. Good over for Hardwick and for Siver. 128 for 6. Team Knights with 1 over to go. 128 for 6 with 1 over to go for Team Knights. And to bowl the final over from the Paula Radcliffe end will be number 11, Lizzie Scott. So into the final over, Lizzie Scott to bowl. Herring in, and that's a very good connection. It's going to be chased though. It's not going to go for 4. Good fielding by Amu Suran Kumar. So 130 for 6 with 5 deliveries remaining. Rachel King still there on 12. She's on strike. Here comes Scott. Good stop from behind the stumps. Slightly high. I think just caught her on the left hand. Yeah, she's taken the glove off pretty quickly. As Spence, that would have been a chance for a stump in, but she's hit her slightly awkwardly on the left hand. For Team Siver, the main thing really is it was a dot ball as well. So 4 to go, 130 for 6. Field very, very widely spread on the leg side. Attempted ramp, there's the keeping of Spence again. Keeping the eye on the ball when it comes to a player like Rachel King or a batter essentially going down on one knee to play a ramp shot. You're the keeper, you're standing up. You're thinking, hang on, this could flick off the bat right into me. And she stayed absolutely still, keeping their eye on the ball, only worried about where that's going, not what the batter's doing. This time there was connection, and it's going to run for 4. Excellent shots. So if first you don't succeed, try again. Welcome boundary. And they'll be wanting a couple more. $134 for 6. Still got the fielder inside the circle. And again, their attempted ramp didn't work out this time, but I'm surprised they didn't just change the field around to put the fielder at fine leg onto the boundary. Could maybe bring in the fielder on the third man boundary right in front of us, could maybe come into the circle. Bobby J. Watkins. Anyway, delivery to go. Emily Cherms on strike. Inside edge, very thick inside edge. And they'll try and come back for a second. Taken almost actually it's a direct throw from the deep. So 2 off the final delivery. And the end of the innings for Team Knights, 137-6. It'll be a score I think that Team Civet will be happy to try and chase. And their innings will begin in around 15 minutes' time. End of Team Knights innings, and the score 137-6. 137-6 for Team Knights. Team Civet, they'll be out to try and chase down that score in the next 15 minutes. So big round of applause, please, for our fielding side, Team Civet. And with the score of 137-6, let's hear it for Team Knights. So the target of 138 for Team Civet, and their innings will begin in around about 15 minutes' time. Now, once again, refreshments are available here at the school games for those spectators on the far side in the deck chairs. If you look behind you to your left, you'll notice there is a gap in the hedge towards where you'll be hearing loads of cheers from the hockey pitches. And through that gap, where people are actually walking through at the moment, you'll be able to find refreshments. Any help, there's stewards down there will direct you to the refreshments. So once again, all spectators, just behind you to your left, there is the door in the middle of the hedges. Go through there, ask one of the stewards, and they will direct you to all the refreshments available here. And you can hear all the cheers from the hockey, also what's going on in the athletics. Plenty of sports on campus here the school games, including, just a word of warning, this afternoon there will be the road race cycling around campus, and I'm sure you were told wherever you parked today, if there was any closures of any roads, plenty will be closed in the middle part of the afternoon. So just a word of warning, and you will have time at the end of this game. Now I'm saying this from a personal point of view as well. You will have time at the end of this game to then go to your car and possibly move it into a position where it will not be blocked off by that road race. So my advice, at the end of this game, go back and maybe ask one of the stewards and just make sure you're not parked in one of those car parks. That's what I'm going to do. But you can do that at the end of this game. There will be still plenty of time.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together, and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker, read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee, which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come and support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
And please welcome the opening batters for Team Siver, Emma Corney and Caris Pavley. Opening the bowling for Team Knights from the Pavilion end, Charlotte Lamberts. So welcome back to the live stream footage and coverage and excellent commentary of the first game of the 2022 score games on day 2. And we have a real thriller on our hands here, not just in this game, but just the overall competition. Just to give you a brief overview, yesterday Team Brunts played 2, won 1, lost 1. You've got Team Knight in the field here who have won victory to their name, and Team Siver with 1 defeat to their name. So if Team Siver, who are trying to chase 138 for the win, if they win, every team will have played 2, won 1, lost 1. And then we have to get the calculators out. At the moment, I've just had a quick word with the scorers, and they're going to decide at the end exactly what's happened and who's going to play who. But if there's any news, they are just behind us, and they will be telling me exactly what's what. So we have an interesting working out really at the end of this game to decide who's playing who and who gets through to the final. Essentially the final game today will be then that decider. There will be one side on top they will go through to the final, and then there will be the playoff, really. And at the moment, you'd say that Team Sivert would have the slight advantage. 138 is certainly behind a par score. They fancy their chances, although it's a very good start by Charlotte Lambert. Tall, very orthodox action. Just drifting down leg side. Let's go down the offside. It's going to be a first run. But she started nicely. Power play again, first 6 overs. So 2 outside of the circle. Third man. And square leg's gone back to the boundary. But this total for Team Sivert to try and chase. At the moment, first over certainly going to Team Knight, just the one from it. 2 batters, Pavely at the non-striker's end, and Emma Corney on strike. Just the one from the first over, so 1 without loss. Again, the first 6 overs will be the power play, so only the 2 fielders outside of the circle, and then after the 6, a maximum of 4. Emily Cherms to bowl from the Paula Radcliffe end. So a very quiet start to the innings. It's going to be a free hit. Free hit motion made by Amy Clark, the umpire. So field just being changed. Backward square leg comes into the circle. Got a long on, and then the third man goes back to the boundary for this free hit. Corney on strike, gets an inside edge, and of course the deep backward square leg was up inside the circle, so has to run to retrieve, does so, and a couple will come from that free hit. Straight down leg side. Very bright now here on campus. Temperature very pleasant. Early 20s. Stay like this today. Be lovely. Seven without loss. Lovely shot down the ground. Beautiful 6. Just a leisurely stroke straight through the ball. No rush. Middle of the bat. Wonderful sound. Very powerful batter. Haveley just really lent into that. Lovely shot. Very elegant. Turns it around the corner for what they hope will be 2. Should be. Good calling by Haveley as well. She wanted 2. Excellent cricket from the Siva opening batter. That's going to go down as my shot of the day so far. We've had a couple of straight 6s, but that was elegance and power mixed together. And it was very high up on the netting as well. Went a long way. Another wide. So after a quiet first over, Siva starting to accelerate. (16 without loss after 2 for Team Siva. Lambert to continue then from the pavilion end. Good start. Cries of Con Lambo from the crowd and the fielders on the far side. Banged in short. Just feathered down to third man. Good sliding stop. Excellent delivery, and the first wicket goes down. Charlotte Lambert takes the first. Bowling Emma Corney, and Siva have lost their first wickets. 18 for 1, Lambert strikes. McCorney dismissed 4-4 and Team Siver 18 for 1. New batter for Team Siver, number 12, Florence Miller. Just a half a hand on that, it's taken the pace off, so it's only going to be 2 runs, but great way to start for Florence Miller. Team Siver 20 for 1 after 3. Change of bowling then for Team Knights. So Amy Wheeler took an absolute blinder of a catch yesterday on the boundary one-handed. Ably on strike, 9 not out, 20 for 1, 4th over. Down leg side, a wide to start from Wheeler. Well, what a correction there from Wheeler. Straight down leg side with her first delivery, but has bowled Pavely with her second. And, well, 21 for 2. 2 wickets down in the power play. We have got a game on here. Pavely goes for 9. Karis Pavely goes for 9, and the score 21 for 2. New batter for Team Siver, number 10, Amu Surankumar. So Surankumar is at the crease. New batter for Team Siver, 21 for 2. So they've got runs in these first few overs, but also losing those 2 wickets. lot of batting to come though. Got the big hit in Darcy Carter. You've got Daisy Scott. There's Miller as well, obviously, and a possible run out here. And yes, oh my word. Well, talking through the batting lineup, they're all going to make an appearance in the next few minutes by the looks of things. Wickets are tumbling, and Team Knights have the bit between their teeth. 3 down now, Siva, and it's a run out for the new batter, Suran Kumar. She goes without bothering the scoreboard. 21 for 3. Team Siva now 3 wickets down, 21 for 3. New batter for Team Siva, number 2, Jemima Spence. The wind just starts to whip up here at the Hasselgrave, just as a wonderful pull shot. Is it going to go for 4? No, that's a fantastic piece of fielding on the leg side by Bethan Miles. Great pull shot by Florence Miller at the crease now with Jemima Spence. And they're just going to have to steady the ship here slightly after 3 quick wickets, still inside the power play. So they'll still be looking to score, banged in short. And that was a wasted opportunity. It's going to go down as a wide. And in short again, just managing to clear the fielder mid-wicket. Living dangerously, Siva. .25 for 3 after 4 overs, so still 2 overs to go of the power play. Change of bowling for Team Knights from the pavilion end, Neve Holland. Brilliant stop. Again, mid-wicket. Rachel King stopping what are vital runs. That's 2 deliveries. Surely you should have gone for 4, would have gone for 4 without the expert fielding. 26 for 3. Penultimate over of the power play. Another wicket. Great catch at Gully. No surprise to see Wheeler hold on to a catch. 4 down now for Team Siver and Team Knight. That pendulum, the old pendulum I mentioned, it certainly has turned towards Team Knight. Team Siver now 26 for the loss of 4 wickets. 26 for 4, and new batter for Team Siver. Number 8, Maddie Ward. Four down now, 26 for 4, certainly advantage Team Knight. New batter is Maddie Ward, and they really need to rescue the situation. Maddie Ward batting with Florence Miller. Spence, again, good catch. Wheeler at point, that's Gully. Good stop there at point. This has been the most impressive fielding display we've seen so far in the school games. Now, the discussion of run rates might be actually not needed if Team Knight win this game. Of course, that'll be 2 from 2. They'll go straight for the final, and we'll have a playoff this afternoon between Siver and Brunt to see who plays Knight. Quite a simple equation. Holland in again, bangs it in short, just balloons up in front of mid-off. 27 for 4. Dream start for Team Knight. Bit of a shot off the back foot, and even with 2 fielders charging towards the ball, it's going to run for 4. Wonderful timing. Great shot from Miller. Great way to finish the over, but Team Siver, we need a few more of those. 5 overs gone, 31 for 4 now, Team Siver. 31 for 4 of 5, so 1 more over of the power play remaining, and the over will be bowled once again by number 5, Amy Wheeler. Wheeler from the Paula Radcliffe end. Ward on strike. Oh, dear me. I apologise for that. It's going to be a no ball, and it'll be a free hit. free hit signal from umpire Amy Clark. Met down the ground and put away for 4, the free hits. Shot by Ward. Oh, and another, and this is going to run through possibly for 4. Yes, it does. So that's going to be 4. And it's going to go down as buys. 4 of them. And I'm just wondering what they're going to do here, because she was given the warning for the first. And she's now going to be taken off. She was given a warning by the umpire for the first, before she was then given the signal for a free hit. So any more, and she's going to have to be taken off. And obviously we've just had another one. So unfortunately for Amy Wheeler, she's going to have to be taken off, and it's going to be a free hit. So the bowling will now change. And it looks like it's going to be Niamh Holland to maybe bowl these remaining balls. She might actually have to. She was bowling the previous over, so she probably can't. So they're going to have to sort this out. It's Megan Sturge with the ball. No. It's Olivia Thomas, the captain, is going to take the duty. Amy Wheeler replaced by Olivia Thomas from the Paula Radcliffe end. So Olivia Thomas, the captain, to bowl the remaining deliveries of this over. Very clear umpiring as well. That's very high and very long. 6 runs off the free hit, taking full advantage. Team Civet, they need to as well after losing those 4 wickets. But just once again, the umpiring there was very, very clear from Amy Clark. First of all, the warning given, and the watching crowd fully understanding exactly what's gone on. First of all, very unfortunate for the bowler. Obviously those 2 just slipping out of her hands, no menace involved. It's just more unfortunate than anything. But anyway, back to the actual game itself. The one thing that has rewarded Team Civet, first of all, you had the 4 byes, the free hits. Both have been dismissed for boundaries, including 6. Falls back was Ward. Put the score now on to 47, so a more respectable score at the end of the run rate. 47 for 4. They're still very much in this now. They needed that over. .47 for 4 at the end of the power play. 47 for 4 after 6. Team Civet a further 91 required. Bowling change for Team Knights from the pavilion end. Please welcome Bethan Miles. So Bethan Miles into the attack from the Pavilion end, 47 for 4. Lovely positioning by Maddie Ward. Obviously with the fielders out now, the sweeper will cut that off and it will just be the 2, just a 2 as well. .90 required. Oh, a horrible bobble off the covered pitch. There's a mat on there and it's just flipped off. Unfortunate for the fielder. It's an extra run, 50 up now, 50 for 4. Met on the full and just played down the ground for a single. Still well within their capabilities, this chase. It's just those wickets. You need to keep an eye on Team Siver. Seven overs gone, 54 for 4. Olivia Thomas to continue from the Paula Radcliffe end. So into the 8th over, and Olivia Thomas, who replaced Wheeler, who was taken off, will continue. It's probably about the time when she was going to come on anyway. I think they would have operated her from that end during the power play. Got to fielder down at the long on boundary. Sweeper deep back of square. And there'll be one more as well, deep mid wicket actually on the boundary as well. So they're the 4 outside of the circle. Same shot, but no run this time. Beth and Miles continue from the pavilion end. 57 for 4 after 8 overs. 57 for 4. Shot through the covers just for 1. .58 for 4. 80 required still. Game just in the last over or two, just slightly slowing down after that flurry. Moore tries to accelerate. She's on 18, alongside her Miller on 15, so 2 set batters. Bit of urgency in that shot from Miller. Good running as well. To just pick up the scoring pace. Overs had started to tick by nearly at the halfway stage. Nine overs gone, 61 for 4 after 9. Olivia Thomas to continue from the Paula Radcliffe end, 61 for 4. Straight down the ground. A welcome boundary. Siver just starting to accelerate. They need to. They're just about to tip over that pendulum edge of one way or another. How many runs you need compared to how many runs you have on the board. And they're going to do it pretty much on the halfway stage. So that's how tight this game is. 67 they've got, and they need 71 deep in the ninth. Beautiful touch. It might not run for 4. Oh, it does, unfortunately. And for the fielder, that is Charlotte Lambert. 4 runs. And now Team Siver require less than what they've got on the board before the halfway stage. At the halfway stage of Team Siver's innings there, 72 for 4. 72 for 4, requiring a further 66 runs. Change of bowling for Team Knights from the pavilion end, Mary Taylor. Taylor into the attack. Halfway stage then, 72 for 4. Now, the scenario if Team Siver win, just to reiterate, it means every team would have played 2, won 1, lost 1, and it would go down to run rate. Now, from a very, very rough position that I'm sitting in with the scores, just trying to work out what exactly that will be. And obviously during the game here, it can be slightly awkward, but at the moment, very unofficially, I have Team Knight ahead of Team Brunt, and Team Siver, with their defeat already, they would need to have a fairly substantial run rate here to then leapfrog Team Knight into top spots. And the way that this game is currently taking place, the way it's working out, 73 of 10, very easy to work out. I think that they're going to be slightly behind the rates, even if they win here. They will need to be up into the high 8s, early 9s and over. So they will need to really get a move on. And a big shout of LBW. But it's going to ramp for 4 runs. Well, Mary Taylor, she's got her hands folded, well, arms folded and hands on her face, and she can quite believe that's not been given out as LBW, but it goes down as runs. That's probably the reason. A little bit of bat there, but it's a boundary. Smashed through the covers just for the one.
back.
11 overs gone, 79 for 4, 59 required for Team Siver. So 79 for 4 off 11. Now, I've just put the calculator down. I've got it roughly as being around 9.5 and over needed for Team Siver. Ooh, a direct hit would have been surely gone. Andy Ward would have been struggling. I've got it at 9.5 very roughly. And if Team Siver can win the match with that run rate, that means that they would then leapfrog Team Knights on run rate at the top of the table and go straight through to tomorrow's final. Pulled away high, chance for a catch in the deep, and caught. A wonderful catch. Bethan Miles with the catch, and look at all the players run over to her to congratulate her. Great catch, big wicket. 5 down now, Team Siver. Florence Miller goes for 23. Florence Miller goes for 23, 80 for 5 now, Team Siver. New batter to the crease for Team Siver, Lizzie Scott. So new batter is Lizzie Scott. I'm just talking to myself and James here about the fact that you got Darcy Carter yet to come in. Big hitting Carter. Now, if this run rate is ever going to be increased, surely you would bring in Carter. But anyway, fantastic catch by Bethan Miles. Scott now at the crease. So 80 for 5. The actual match scenario is still on. I mean, Siver could win this match and still be in the playoff later today for a place in the final. Siver need to win, but they need to score quickly to get that run rate. That's the predicament that they have. But it's not really actually a predicament, because if they do lose this match, they're still going to be in the playoff game anyway. So you might as well go for the run rate. Go for the big shots. That's going to be 4 runs. So that's why maybe someone like possibly Carter should have come in and really got that run rate going. I don't think, maybe in fact they've even looked at it at the moment and gone, actually the run rate is too high to achieve, so we might as well just go with the lineup that we've got, give some players a chance to have a bat. Good take by the keeper. They could well have worked it out and gone, well, we're operating at late 7s and over to then get to the mid 9s. Well, I don't know, it's not too far away, is it? It's not a massive leap. 88 for 5 after 12 overs. A further 50 now required for Team Siver. Charlotte Lambert to return from the pavilion end. 50 required for Team Siver. Lambert's in. Big appeal for LBW. I think that would have been too high. Very high on her. In fact, I don't think it actually hit her pad. I think it hit her thigh pad. The noise was a real hard thud rather than a dull sound from a pad. It's more of the thigh pad, which is a lot harder. Can be anyway. Mine was like concrete. Although it made me run like it was made of concrete, to be perfectly honest. So I think we're at the stage now in this game where it certainly is advantage Team Siver. 48 required, still with batters at the crease like Maddie Ward, who's on 31. You've got Lizzie Scott here on 5, still with Carter to come. So I would say from a match point of view, Siver with the advantage. But again, if they win, I still think they'll be playing later in the playoff. But again, that's completely unofficial. The scorers behind me will have the actual say. You have to say that, James. You have to. We're giving our opinion here in the commentary box. I've got scores written down, very loose calculations, and if it goes down to the run rates, then that's what I've got in front of me. But again, I just have to reiterate that is unofficial. I've inquired. That's high and should. Oh, he's going to run. Just drop short of Miles, who surely would have caught that form she's in the field. But again, I've asked the scorers, I've asked them a couple of times, and we haven't yet had any official confirmation of any targets, run rate needed, etc. It would be nice, but unfortunately, it's sport as well. It lends itself to that, unfortunately. Had instances in professional cricket live on TV where they've struggled actually to figure out who's in front and what's needed. Let alone myself with sheets of white paper in front of me and all sorts of charts and diagrams trying to work it out. That's a big shot down the ground and it's going to go for 4. Lovely connection. Beautiful there. Really got hold of that, Lizzie Scott. And a great way to finish the over. Team Siver 95 for 5 after 13. So change of bowling here. Looks like Bethan Miles is going to come into the attack. Can't see her in the outfield. It does look like her. So, lovely first ball. Yes, it is Bethan Miles. Very well flighted delivery and full respect given by Maddie Ward on 32. She will look to attack. Reverse sweep. Well timed, well weighted. Just waiting for the delivery to arrive. Play it too early. on a delightful... I'm going to go with chip before I try and figure out what actually I would call that shot. That was actually more of a, you say, kind of a dill scoop, really. It was going to be a genuine sweep, and then it turned into a ramp, but it actually was a combination of both. It was a sweep ramp. A swamp. That's a more conventional shot. Just lent on that lovely, good throw. I'll tell you, that direct hit, that would have been out. For 5, 39 required. So yeah, a very, very good innings from Maddie Ward. Some lovely shots. She's on strike here again. Straight down the ground, over the top. One bounce, 4 runs. Look at that. That's just pure confidence. After creating a shot 2 shots ago, the swamp. A lovely flick through mid-wicket. And now straight down the ground, 1 bounce and a 4. And that's the 100 up for Team Siva. Got some great shots in that over to bring up the 100 for Team Siva. 105 for 5 after 14 overs. Further 33 runs required. Maddie Ward advances to 41. Change of bowling for Team Knights. Emily Churns from the pavilion end. Emily Churns in from the pavilion end. James just having a bit of a argument with the sound desk. Did you win, James?
I did eventually, but did need a good telling off.
Germs into bowl. Over the top. And it's going to run just for a couple. Going to come back for a second. Good pick up and throw. 2 to Scott. She's on 12. In goes Cherms again. Scott straight bat. It's going to come through for just the 1, but that'll put Inform Ward on strike. Turned away nicely off the pads by Ward. Seeing the ball very well. That was just timing there. Could have easily just careered into the pads or maybe even caught a possible leading edge, but timing from Ward has been probably the #1 highlight of her game today. Very crisp strike of a ball. Scott on the charge. $109 for 5. Or a slight miscommunication between the two, and Lizzie Scott just acknowledging to her batting partner, merely Maddie Ward, at the end of the over, just to say sorry. I think actually she said she turned her back as well and said no. So she made the mistake but quickly corrected that. And it means we're 109 for 5 after 15. 109 for 5 after 15 overs. for the 29 required for Team Siver. And returning from the Paul Radcliffe end, Olivia Thomas. So Olivia Thomas into the attack. And I think the attack is going to come from the batters here. And I think Maddie Ward will see this as an opportunity to possibly seal the game. Possible 2 here. No. Plenty of cover for Ward on the leg side boundary. Deep mid wicket. Square leg goes back to the boundary as well. Also there's a long on. So there is gaps, but 3 spread out there. Sweeper on the offside for Lizzie Scott, so it's the same field for Scott as well. She's on 13, 43 to Ward. Again, from our very unofficial calculations, it is not going to be enough to leapfrog Knight at the top of the league. If they do get this, every team played 2, won 1, lost 1, and whoever's top go through to tomorrow's final, and then we'll have a playoff this afternoon. At the moment it's looking between Team Brunt and Team Siver. Team Brunt comprehensively beat Siver yesterday, but we got the feeling yesterday, said on commentary a couple of times, that it wasn't the full showing of Team Siver. They didn't quite look at it, and today they're a different outfit. Very strong batting lineup, Siver, on paper, and they just didn't show it yesterday. Today, even with losing those wickets, it shows you that what they've got in the tank, because they've rescued this situation at the moment. Haven't won the game yet, haven't given them the match, but they've still got batting to come, even though they're 5 down. It's a big swing there from Ward. Wonderful stumping. That's Lizzie Scott who's gone. Brilliant work from behind the pegs from Jessica Lorenshaw. Little dance down the wicket from Lizzie Scott. 6 down now. She goes for 14. 112 for 6. Lizzie Scott goes for 14 and the score 112 for 6. A further 26 required for Team Siver. New batter for Team Siver, Darcy Carter.
And everybody having a ball. Until the fellas started calling. And the girls respond to the call.
Well, Beamer put away very well. That's 4 runs. Did very well to keep her eye on that. Maddie Ward. This is just an example. It's going to be a free hit as well. Example of the batting lineup. 6 down, and Carter has now come to the crease. So they have a very strong batting lineup. If they end up playing Brunt in the next game, that's going to be some match. 117 for 6, so 21 required. But Brunt so far have been pretty steady, and of course they comprehensively beat Siver, but this is a different Siver outfit today. It's going to be some match. Very evenly matched. Knight beat Brunt in the first game of the whole competition, and it was very close, I thought, between the two. Knight always just had the advantage throughout the whole game, but they only won by a narrow margin, not a lot between the two sides. Brunt then comprehensively beat Siver, and you're thinking, well, is it that Siver are the weakest of these teams at this competition? Are they going to lose to Team Knight today, and it's going to be a Knight-Brunt final? That's what most people maybe would have thought. 50 up for Maddie Ward. 50 up for Maddie Ward. 52 not out for Team Siver. So there's the 50 by Maddie Ward. Must have just got a little tickle on that down leg side. 17 now required. So just back to what I was saying, you may have wondered this morning whether Team Siver are going to come out and be beaten here by Team Knight. It's possibly what most people may have thought, but you looked at that Team Siver innings and you looked at the way that they played, and they didn't play their game yesterday. It's a very strong team, and they've come out here and it looks like they're going to beat Team Knight. It might not be enough to get through straight to the final. They might have to play Brunt this afternoon, and if they do, that's a very, very difficult game now to call. 15 now required. Ward 54 not out. Slower ball, good delivery there by Taylor. Saw the step forward from Ward. So Maddie Ward 55 not out, 124 for 6, 14 now required, 17 overs gone. Change of bowling for Team Knights from the Paula Radcliffe end, Charlotte Lamberts. No ball called. Down the ground, first delivery I think Carter has faced, and just a further 11 required. Monstrous shot from Ward. over mid-wicket and through for a brilliant 460 to her name, and 7 now only needed for Siva. That's going to run for 4, and it's going to be 4 off the bat as well. Now, that might just look like a slightly ordinary shot and some easy runs, but I think that's actually a very good shot, because Maddie Ward came down the wicket. She was going to pull that square of the wicket and then changed her mind at the last minute, but managed just to get a feather on that. She knew exactly what she's doing, just trying to turn it around the corner. She did that. It's exactly the shot she wanted. I think that's actually a better shot than it may have looked, and only 3 now required. 64 not out for Maddie Ward. Can she finish with a flurry? Yes, she can. 4 runs. Maddie Ward finishes on 68, and it's a win for Team Siva. They've knocked off these runs with a few overs to go. Get your calculators out. We'll see whether it's enough to get through to the final. If not, they'll be playing in the second game today in the playoff. Calculations to come, but for now it's a win for Team Siva. Well, a fantastic way to finish the innings, and a win for Team Siva. Let's have a big round of applause, please, for Team Knight. And a big round of applause, please, for our victors, Team Siva. So Team Siva with the victory. Let's hear it for 68 not out, Maddie Ward. So well done to Team Siva. That means all 3 teams played 2, won 1, lost 1. Calculators out above me in the scorebox. News to come regarding the game later.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Eden. I'm a.
Hi.
Oh, go for it. Sorry.
I was saying hi, and
Nice to meet you. Okay, cool. I'm a T54 wheelchair racer, and I competed at the school games quite a lot. It was one of my first competitions, but I'm a bit old for it now, unfortunately. But what do you do?
So I'm a T38 sprinter and long jumper. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm an T38.
So,
Wow.
what's your favorite event then?
I think I started off with sprinting, and then I've gradually moved over to long jumping as well.
That's awesome.
So probably 100's probably my favorite.
Okay, got it. So I do long distance. I've most recently done the marathon at the Commonwealth Games, and I do track stuff as well. Unfortunately, I don't do 100-meter sprints anymore, but that's actually one of the events I competed at when I went to the school games. So have you done any, how do you compete often? How long have you been doing your sport?
So I started my sport like seriously like 2-3 years ago, so like year 7. I did school games last year, but because of like COVID and everything, it kind of was a bit different. I've done some like major events. Like I think in May I competed for GB
Oh, wow.
at the Italian Grand Prix, Power Grand Prix. And yeah, I've been doing some. I did Diamond League this year.
Mhm.
Yeah, so quite a bit competing.
Wow, that's really, really cool actually. I was lucky enough, I've been competing since I was 12. I'm now 21, so quite a long time. I've competed for, well, Team England, and I went to the World Juniors twice as well. And for me, that was a big product of the school games because it was the first place that I actually went on my own as a young competitor, which I really enjoyed. But obviously it must have been a bit different during COVID. I didn't have that experience. But I'm sure this year, now COVID's out of the way, it should be a lot more eventful and interactive.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you have any questions? Or sorry.
Yeah. What like first inspired you to do like long distance and wheelchair racing?
So I watched 2012 when I was quite young, and I went into senior school in year 7 just after the Paralympics games had ended, or sort of during the end of it, at the end of it. And my school was really big on sport where I went. So they introduced me into a program called Playground to Podium, which sort of I tried wheelchair racing there. And then I found my coach, Jenny Archer and David Weir, and I sort of got into it from there. And long distance kind of came naturally as I got a bit older. Everyone in wheelchair racing, or not all the time, but in most cases you start off doing sprints because it's not easy to learn, but your body can handle it a bit better, sort of getting used to it. And it was sort of when I turned maybe about 16 or 17 that I realized that I preferred long distance. And this year was the first year I actually stopped doing sprints, and it's also the first time I've ever done marathons. So it was quite a long progression into the long distance stuff.
Yeah, I can never do long distance.
Well, never say never. I thought that when I first started.
Well,
it's more fun than it sounds.
Yeah. So like how did you prepare for like competitions and like the Commonwealth Games?
So mainly I have a routine that I do. Especially the night before, it's making sure everything's packed. I write a list, which sounds really boring, but it works. And I've been competing for a long time. So for me, I found what works for me, how to warm up properly and stretching. And if I take any supplements, what ones I'm going to take depending on the distance and the races. But training wise for the Commonwealth, the preparation was pretty brutal. It's been super hot, and long distance in such extreme heat is really hard. So for me, it was sort of trying to figure out how I can push 100 miles a week to prepare for the Commonwealth Games. And that was really difficult, but I was lucky enough to have a great team of coaches and nutritionists behind me. And I did a lot of research for myself for nutrition, to find out sort of what's best for me as a long distance athlete, and S&C as well, strength and conditioning, that was a massive part played too. But mainly it's just getting my head down, knuckling down and going for it.
That sounds good. So what like tips would you have for someone preparing for a race?
I think go through the steps. You've got to envision your race, all the outcomes that there might be, how you would react if something happened. It's really good to practice in all weather conditions if you can, because you never know if it's going to be raining on the day, or how windy it's going to be, or how hot it's going to be. And kind of just stay calm, or as calm as you possibly can, because you're obviously racing because you know what you're meant to be doing. And you've said that you've raced quite a lot and competed quite a lot, so you know what works for you, and it's just taking deep breaths and staying calm and knowing why you're there.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Like, what have you learned from school games that you've been able to use in different competitions?
For me, it was one of the first competitions that I went to on my own. Obviously, you go with a team and you have your chaperones, and but the first one I went to without my parents, where I stayed away from home. I was quite young when I did my first school games, so I wasn't really sure how to prepare or what to do, but it's definitely taught me that sort of whatever situation you go in, there's more than likely going to be other people that can help you while you're there, who know what they're doing more than you do, and who, if you have any questions, you'll be able to just ask. And that was really big when I started going to senior competitions, because it was like, well, all I have to do is ask someone and I'll know what I'm doing now.
Nice. Yeah. I think I haven't actually been able to take as much back from it last year.
Yeah.
Because obviously you didn't talk to people as much.
Definitely. This year though, it should be a lot different. There's a lot of other activities which I'm sure you'll be able to experience now that COVID's sort of on the back burner.
Yeah. Like, how do you deal with disappointment?
I think that's quite a good question, because it's hard to sort of regulate your emotions when you don't do as well as you hoped you would. But for me, it's more remembering that there's a reason that I probably didn't do so well. Maybe I was injured or tired, maybe I hadn't eaten right or slept right, and it's remembering that, okay, this one hasn't gone my way. What did I do that was different, or what didn't I do that I normally do to sort of create this outcome? And it's about looking back at all the things that I did and picking out, okay, so I need to change this for next time, or I need to remember that I can do this next time, just so that there's normally a reason for why something's gone wrong, and if you can pinpoint that reason, it makes it easier to deal with.
Yeah, okay, that's good. As well as that, like, how do you cope with the pressure that you put on yourself, like during the race or like before the race?
I think for me, it's more, I need to remember that I've done everything that I can, and I'm guilty of putting a lot of pressure on myself, pressure to perform well and do things. And as I've gotten a little bit older, I've kind of realized the best thing that I can do is just be calm. Like, I know what I'm doing. I don't need to put pressure on myself, because at the end of the day, I can't control what the other athletes are doing. I can only control what I'm doing. And as long as I'm doing the things that I should be, then I shouldn't really put much more pressure on myself, because I can't really do anything more than what I've already done.
Okay, so like, you've done all the work, and so you have to believe in what you've already done to make.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. You know that you've done the training, you've got your coaches, you've prepared for it as best you could. So there's no point putting any extra pressure on, because it's not going to help in any way.
Yeah, as well, how did you cope like with the pressure of school and the pressure of training and competing?
Yeah, so that was quite a hard one, and now it's changed from school into work as well, which is hard, but it's more, for me, I quite like having the routine of having school and having training, and it's all about time management. The pressure to do well in school and to do well in training it's a lot that a lot of people won't understand, and the best way to do that is surrounding yourself with people who do understand, not necessarily other athletes, but having friends who are like, okay, how can we help you? And having your teachers and your parents, other people sort of being like, we know you've got a lot of pressure on, what can we do to make it easier? Or if there is anything that you need help with, simply just asking. Asking can solve a lot of issues, and sort of it takes a lot of pressure off of you, because it's better to have two heads thinking about something than just your own.
Yeah, because I'm going into GCSEs, so I get home from school and I go trainings like almost straight after. So you know how to cope with that.
Yeah, that's a really hard one, especially during exam season. I remember when I was going through my exams, and it's okay to say, look, I have, say, whatever, you have your English exam on the Friday. If you're meant to be training on the Thursday or the Wednesday, it's okay to sometimes say, no, look, I need to work on my schoolwork this week. I need to do this. And then you can pick it up in training after you've done your exam. But it's okay to sort of prioritize things. You don't have to keep the ratios of sport and work and sport and school life exactly the same all the time. It's good to prioritize things at points, because it will help you get through it a lot easier.
Yeah, like when did you learn how to prioritize things and what to prioritize?
For me, it was probably during exam seasons, really, because I knew that it was summer. I had races going on, but I also knew that, okay, GCSEs, that's something that I really need to focus on as well. And for me, it became about, okay, if I maintain my level of fitness and keep training, but if I need to just sort of, if I say I really struggled with my science exam and my physics exams, so I was like, okay, so on a Wednesday night, which is when I was normally going to train, the Wednesday before my physics exam, I said, look, I'm not training today, I need to focus. Because for me, I figured out that GCSEs is something that is going to be going on forever. It's a good thing to make sure I've got my GCSEs and the best grades I can get. And with training wise, I can pick that up at another point. So after my GCSEs, I had all the summer to really smash it out, really pick up my training, and prioritize my training in those summer months where I didn't have my exams. So it's just, it will come more naturally to you throughout your GCSE year. You'll kind of figure out what's harder and what's easier, and then what you need to spend more time on. And it's more about not being afraid to say to your coaches or your parents or whoever, saying, look, I just need to focus on this right now, and I can focus on something else later, whether that is sport, if it's social life, whatever it is, you just don't be afraid to say it.
Yeah. About social life, how did you like juggle sport and like work or school and like your social life as well?
So for me, obviously, you're doing so many things. You're doing sport and you're doing your school life, and you want to have your friends and your social life going on as well. And it was about, again, sort of time management. So even me now, I can't go out every single day with my friends because I've got other things that I have to do. But what I do is on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, whatever it is, I'm like, okay, that's the time that I will see my friends and spend quality time with people. And if I have extra time throughout the week, then if I'm up to it, if I'm not too tired, if I've not got anything else on, then I'll go and see my friends. And it was more about making sure my friends understood why I can't just go and hang out with them at any time of any day like they can with everyone else. It was making sure that they know, okay, these are the things that I really have to do, and I will make time for you. It's just we've got to find the right sort of time that works for everyone. And for me, it tends to be a weekend, a Saturday or a Sunday morning or something like that. And it's all really about time management and just figuring out, okay, right, I'm training Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've got to do revision on Thursday and Friday, and Saturday even saying, right, Sunday for a few hours during the day, let's go out, let's do something, or FaceTime your friends or talk to them. But it's sort of you, again, prioritizing and time management.
Okay. How did you find school games when you were there? And
I loved it.
what did you enjoy?
So for me, I was really lucky and I met two of my best friends at the school games. And they were both from different teams. So I really encourage you when you're there to make the most of the other sports that are going on around you and going out and watching and not being afraid to just go and chat to random people. It's really nice when all the different teams start interacting and you can make some real lifelong friends from it. I mean, I probably went to school games the first time maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and I'm still really, really good friends with the people that I met there that long ago. And it's really just take it all in. Don't go on your phone if you don't have to. I do that at most competition where I'm away. I sort of, maybe I'll go on my phone when I'm in my room at night or something, but other than that, throughout the day, I'm trying to just soak it all in and enjoy the environment. And it really makes a big difference when you can just take a breath and go, I'm going to enjoy this now.
Okay. Was there anything that you didn't like about school games?
I don't remember, it was so long ago. I was a bit fussy with food, so to be honest, I might not have liked the food, but but no, I can't really answer that because I don't quite remember if there was anything I didn't like. Again, for me, it was a really positive experience, all of it, being my first time away from my parents, sort of just being able to become my own person in that moment and really feel like this is what I want to do.
Okay. Where do you see yourself and like your sport and your career in like the next 5 years?
For me, really, I want to do all the world marathon majors personally, which is it's a lot of places to go. And I want to be able to go to another senior championship. I was lucky enough to get a silver medal at my last one. And so it'd be nice to go to maybe a World Games or a Europeans or even the Paralympics. The next 5 years are really busy for the para athletes. So it would just be great to go and experience a load of new things, really. I just want to do the best that I can.
Yeah. Is there like a competition that you like want to get to more than others, or are they all like equal?
For me, I think I really want to go to the Paralympics because the Paralympics does have a marathon. So to do the marathon at another big event, there aren't many that do it. The World Championships and European Championships, they don't do it. I would love to go on track for those as well, but I really do enjoy a marathon. I must enjoy the pain or something. But it's yeah, the Paralympics, it feels like one of the big ones.
Yeah. How do you think like para sport is represented in like the world of sport? And how do you think it's a good representation or not a good one?
I do think that when parasport is represented, it is good through the media. There's always quite a positive outcome and it's always a great story that's told. But I do think that there's still a lot of work that can be done on it. The Commonwealth was really great for sort of putting parasport out there. But I think that there is definitely more that the media can do to help us out, and probably more that we as athletes can do. But it's all about, I think in time, it's going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. It's just having the right people supporting us and willing to sort of put our stories out there that's going to help us more.
Okay. All right. I kind of ran out of questions. So do you have any like
Well,
points?
yeah, well, I have some questions for you if that's okay. I want to know what your goals are.
Yeah, sure.
Where do you want to be in 10 years' time?
10 years. I would really like to go to Paralympics or like major event. Yeah, something I don't know, just I can't say that I haven't been to a major event. You know, I want to probably go overseas somewhere.
Yeah.
Like Paralympics or Worlds.
That's really cool. That is really cool. For me, going on international competitions is always the best. Being able to travel with it's really nice.
Yeah.
Really, for me as well, the school games, what I'll sort of say is the school games was a really great point for me as a young athlete. And again, I really do encourage you while you're there to just go and talk to random people. just I was really shy when I went, and I kind of forced myself to be out there. And I'm really, really glad that I did, because you will find people with very similar sort of things going on in their lives as you. You'll find other athletes who are also in school, and other athletes that may have a similar disability to you who can understand maybe how you're feeling about certain things a lot better. And you will possibly make friends that you'll have for life. And I mean, I did, and I love them all to pieces, and it's really just worth soaking in the entire environment.
Yeah. Do you find that your family like supportive of what you do? Or
Yeah, my family are fully supportive of what I do. They really understand sort of the commitment that it takes and the time and the hours being young. I'm not sure what your family do, but they had to drive me to training and sit and watch me train. And we used to have to drive like over an hour for my training, sort of 3-4 times a week. So they, starting young, I think, made it easier for them to understand why it's so important to me. And it's really important to have such a supportive family, or even just to make your family aware and understand of why it's so important to you. It's really good to have that open communication about what your goals are and what your dreams are, and if how you feel during training. But I think it's also important to try and not let their views overcloud what you want and what you and your coach think's right for you, because that can also happen sometimes. So it's good to just sort of, you and your coach need to focus on what's best for you in terms of training and that sort of stuff, but it's good for your family to understand why you're doing certain things as well.
okay, that's actually really helpful. Like how would you describe like your training? Do you have like a routine, or is it like?
Yeah, so for me, routine's super important. I train twice a day, pretty much every day. And I was lucky enough to take some time out of work to focus on the Commonwealth. But while I'm at working, it's really important that every day is very similar, because it makes things a lot easier. Obviously, there are things that will change, and whatever I'm doing in the evening, sort of, I make sure I have a few hours a day just for my own time to do what I need to do, which is really important. But for me, like at the moment, I'm not working, so every morning at 10 a.m. I'm able to go and train on the roads, and then I'll either go to the gym or I'll train on track in the evenings, and then I'll take a Sunday off. It's really important to have a full day off, no matter what you're doing, a full day off from everything, where you sort of just get to decide whatever you want to do. But at the moment, training has been ruthless, but it's all fun and it's good. And yeah, it's something that you get used to, you know. As I've gotten older, my training has increased and the intensity has increased, but it keeps my mind healthy and my body healthy. And I think it's just, once you're used to it, it's so much better.
Yeah. That's I fatigue really easily. So do you have any like tips on like what to do or what not to do when you're tired? Or do you have like days when you don't want to go to training? And like what do you do then?
Yeah, so I in the heat, for me, because I'm a spinal cord, it affects me quite a lot, and it makes me very lethargic and tired, and I don't always feel great. So for me, it's about trying to manage what I'm doing throughout the rest of the day. So like trying not to walk too much, maybe using my chair a lot more, or sort of, if I know I'm going training, if I've got the time, just trying to chill out a little bit before. Obviously that's quite difficult between school and training, but that it might be maybe having a snack that gives you some more energy, because I find food is really good fuel. It's sort of the best that you can get. And for me, if I'm really tired and I know I've got to train, I'm like, okay, so maybe I'll have a carbohydrate bar or a Nature Valley bar or something like that, just to give me that little bit of energy, so that my muscles can do it. And I've sort of just got to say in my head, like, I'll feel better once it's done, you'll sleep better. But it can be very difficult to motivate yourself when you feel tired, and it's more just about remembering that, okay, there's not too much left in the day to do. I just got to get through training and I'll feel better for it at the end.
Okay, so Hang on. Well, thanks for answering all my questions.
Well, thank you for coming on. It was really great to meet you.
Thank you. It was great to meet you too as well.
And good luck in the school games. I'll be watching.
Thank you.
So, hello, I am Lucy Renshaw, and I'm actually just finished training, so hence the sweatiness. This is where I train full time, and I do judo. I started judo when I was 8, and I'm 26 now. So, I've gone from school games finals to the Olympic Games. So, it's pretty cool, yeah. What about your journey?
Hi, I'm Alice. I play water basketball. It is 6 years now of water basketball, which is pretty crazy. This is my first school game finals, and I'm going to be obviously water basketball representing England Green.
Very cool. So, have you got some questions for me that I can answer?
Yeah, so I was kind of wondering, what was your journey into the sport like, and kind of into the more performance side of it? I'm sure you weren't going for the Olympics at age 8, so.
Yes, so when I was younger, like I loved all different sports. And I remember I used to say to my mum and dad, "Oh, I want to go to the Olympic Games," but I didn't know what in, and I wasn't especially good in any sport. I just really wanted to. I thought it was super cool. And then I started judo in primary school, where my club coach came in, and he did like a 6-week taster session, and I loved it. And honestly, the main reason I loved it is because I thought, oh, like I can beat up my brother here if I carry on doing judo. So I was like, this is cool. And then at the age of around 15, I got onto the England team. And that meant that I was going international, competing around Europe and things like that. And then at the age of 17, I moved to Warsaw, and that's where I'm based now. And I have been since I was 17, and that's where I train full time. And that's how I go international training and obviously get selected for the Olympic Games.
What was your experience at Tokyo like? I've kind of heard it from a Paralympic perspective, but not from the Olympics.
I think it was a really cool experience. I went to Rio Olympics as a training partner, and I got to experience like the whole thing without the nerves of competing. So that was really cool because I was in the village, I was in the judo hall, but but I wasn't competing, so I wasn't nervous about competing. And when I got there in Rio, I was like, oh my God, like I want to be here in Tokyo competing. So going into Tokyo, of course, it was really nerve-wracking, but every single competition I do, I get nervous and it's really nerve-wracking. But it was a surreal experience just stepping onto like the judo mat at the Olympics.
So yeah, kind of following on from that, that sounds like a really kind of cool experience in getting the Rio and then Tokyo. What would be your advice for someone going to their first kind of multi-sport village type event, so for me, school games?
Yeah, so I think school games was my first multi-sport event as well. And when I got there, I was like, oh my God, like this is so cool. And it can be a little bit overwhelming, but I think you've got to really enjoy the experience and don't take it too seriously, because if you go in there and take it too seriously and don't have too much fun, you'll come home from the games and be like, oh, that was it. Like, so I think you really need to go in there and just be open to, like, if you get like pins or stuff like that, you can switch it with people, talk to people from different sports and see what they're doing and get to know them, and just be open to enjoy the experience. And then of course when you compete, I'm sure that you'll do great, and but just don't worry if you don't do great, because it is a first games experience and you shouldn't put too much expectation on yourself, because you don't want to go into the school games thinking that you have to go there, perform, and medal. You should just go into there thinking that you're just going to have fun, and then hopefully if a medal comes or you perform well, that's just a bonus, really, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, definitely. Kind of, how have you overcome adversity? I saw on Instagram that you've had some injuries. Kind of how have you overcome that?
I think it's part of sport. So in judo, there's certain injuries that many people get, shoulders, especially knees, and I've had both of them injuries. And I think things happen in sports, and my coach is really good to say that you have to pretend like you're on a mountain or a cliff and you're climbing up this mountain, and you can't just go straight up like this and get to the top. Like, that's impossible. There is going to be bits where you go down a little bit, to go up higher, to go down again, or to go straight, and that's fine. Like, I think as long as you can focus. And so for me now, I'm injured right now and I've had surgery and I'm 4 weeks post surgery now, but I think these 4 weeks, I've not just stopped training and been upset and been dwelling on things. I've been really focusing on the gym, which for me, gym is the hardest part of sport for me. I don't really enjoy doing weight training, but I've been really focusing on it. I'm really putting time into gym, which I couldn't really do before. So I think just having a focus on something and having goals outside of me doing judo, that's really helped me.
So yes, again, kind of leading off that, I had 2 major surgeries this season. How do you kind of deal with that, not being able to train at the fullest?
I think it is hard, and you can be upset that you've had surgeries. And I think as long as you now have a focus coming back, and you don't have to think. Sometimes injuries are not a bad thing. Like I just said, you can focus on something else. So you can focus on your weak points or the things that you're not as strong as. So I think as long as you have goals going forward from your injuries, you will do well. So an example, when I came back from my knee injury, I started back at a very low level at a domestic event. And then I went international, but again, a lower level. And I just built my way up. And eventually I got my best medal that I've ever had in my career. So I think as long as you're focused in your mind and you're keeping negative and trying to keep away from, oh, I'm injured, I can't do anything, I think you'll get through it very well. What injuries did you have?
So kind of para sport's really different because we've all got our own conditions. So I don't think I've had any like proper injury. I partially dislocated my wrist and my elbow while trying to get the ball. That was in 2019. I came back 2 weeks later. I probably should have had more time out, but with my condition, I dislocate anyway. So I was like sitting around. This season, I had 2 jaw surgeries. So I had basically what a lot of people have done with their knee. So I had the cartilage taken out, and I had a implant, and then I had 2 scopes. So I had the replacement on one side and the scopes on both. I think that's it. I think the major one, I learned how to walk again during lockdown. That was a bit of a surprise.
Wow.
So I woke up with, I couldn't feel my feet. So I had disabilities beforehand, then I woke up, couldn't feel my foot. Then it progressed to my legs. So I learned how to walk again. With basketball, we didn't really have a 2020 or 21. Our first matches were September last year,
Okay.
which was a bit weird coming back because we had just had nothing and we weren't allowed to throw balls to each other for last year, and we weren't allowed contact until June. Because COVID was that, I think. I'll probably forget them. I had to do a medical form for a GP,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, this is going to be a very long document.
Yeah.
I think kind of moving on to the outside of athleting, is there anything that you're really like passionate about outside of that?
So yes, so even though it's a bit alongside me doing judo, I also coach judo. Me and my boyfriend have our own judo club, so we coach people from the age of 4, and I think our oldest is only 18. So I really enjoy that because I feel like sometimes being an athlete, you can get really, of course you have to focus on, well, I have to focus on judo, but I don't want that to be my only focus. I feel like sometimes I can give back to the sport a little bit, and just like seeing all the little kids and just they watch me online and on the TV and they come and watch some domestic competitions, and it's just so nice to think that like I can inspire the children. But I also study physical education as well, and I really enjoy that, so they're all a little bit linked, but yeah, I study too.
Cool. So kind of on that, how do you manage your studies around here and now?
I think having good communication is key. My lecturers are aware of my situation. They know that I'm away traveling the country and I'm out, missed some lectures because of that. But I think me having good communication is really important. So I'll always message them to say, this is my program, and if anything changes, I'll let you know in advance. And they're really happy to help me. So when I go away out the country, they'll give me the work that I'm going to miss that week, or they do some recording lectures. So I don't actually miss too much, but I think it's really good to have a balance. So when I come home from training, I rest, I recover, and then I make set times to do university work as well. So I don't just wing it, I don't just go with the flow. Probably every Sunday night or Saturday night, I make a timetable for the week, and I make sure I stick to that timetable, because I know sometimes after training I can come home and be like, I don't want to do nothing all day, I'm exhausted. Like, I'm sure you know how it feels. So I think just having good balance, being quite strict with the timetable, and having good communication with my lecturers, the 3 key things to at the minute everything's really balanced, and both my studies and my judo are going quite good.
I think you kind of touched on this, but how do you kind of manage having a social life?
How do I manage my social media?
Like having a social life outside of
Social life. So it's hard. It is really hard. I mean, judo is quite a difficult sport. I don't know about basketball, but there's no seasons in judo. So from January to January, we're training, and I basically have 2 weeks off for Christmas, and sometimes not even that. So this year I'm competing on the 21st of December, so I'll just have the week off after that. And then if we have a big event, the World Championships, we'll have a week or 2 off after that. So probably during the whole year, if you're not injured, I'll have about 3 weeks off. But then in between all that as well, we do get some weekends off where we can just go home, see our family and friends, because I live about an hour and a half away from my family. So I make sure, because it's super important, that you keep in contact with everyone and you still have fun outside, because although you're really dedicated to your sport, sport isn't the end of everything. Like, it's not, there's something after sport as well. So it's really important to keep in good contact with friends and family, especially for your mental health too. But I think I make sure to speak to my friends and family every single day. I FaceTime them. I keep in contact with probably everyone. And when I do have spare time, I make sure that I'm not just being lazy and sitting at home and staying in bed. I get out and I do things, and I visit loads of friends, visit loads of family. But it is hard, like it is really hard. And I do miss quite a lot of events, and I'm sure you have as well already. But I think judo, I won't be doing judo forever, so I have all my spare time in a few years when I retire.
Yeah, I think we train, our club training is Saturday afternoon, so
Yeah, it clashes.
What was that?
So I bet you Saturday afternoon that clashes with a lot of your friends and your family's things that they're doing.
Yeah, it's kind of worked in my favour for some things, admittedly, but it's like even trying to go to the football and stuff like that, it's pretty hard.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the negativity in sport, kind of whether that's your own emotions or from other people, or kind of the general vibe of things?
So that is hard. It's a good question because we have like judo forums and British judo like on Facebook pages and stuff like that, and 8 times or 9 times out of 10 it's really positive, like it's super positive, and you have people tagging you in things and wishing you well, and a lot of people sometimes are always there to support the good times, and they're not as many if things are not going so good. But I think you don't, what people are writing, because some people do write negative things on social media, and some people even tag me in things. Like I say, I've just lost at an event, I'll be tagged in a post saying, "Oh, that was terrible," and I'm thinking, yeah, I know that, I'm down in the dumps about it. You don't have to tell me. But I do think that their opinion isn't important. Like they're just watching, they don't know what's gone on, they don't know how hard you train, and how hard you work. So I think if they did know me as a person, and if they did see me training every single day as hard as I'm training, they probably wouldn't comment like that. And there was one time where there was a comment about the British Centre where we're training now, to say that I think it said something about we just get given everything and we don't earn it. And a few of us wrote back to the comment, which I wouldn't advise to do. But as soon as I wrote back to the comment, they all messaged me individually to say, "I'm sorry, no, I didn't mean that. I'm really sorry." So I think a lot of the time on social media, people do it just for maybe to say, "Hi, like this, look at me, I can write about these people." So I do think sometimes it's not even true what they're saying. They just want to share their opinion. But I do think that if the person knew you 100% as a person, they probably wouldn't say what they were saying. So I try not to look at very many things because it can get you down and it can put you in a bad way. But if you do see them, I just know in my head that I train hard every day. I work very, very hard. I've not been given anything. I train hard for it. So I deserve what I get, or I, like, for example, you deserve to be at the school finals. So whatever people say, it really isn't important.
So I think you froze for a moment there, but that was really interesting. I think there's definitely some comments that have gone around in basketball around the various performance centres. I just tend to kind of sit back on Facebook and not engage with them because it can get a bit like brutal. There's some people who get very, very passionate. Yeah, there's some people who get very passionate about the sport, and I think you've probably experienced it in judo as well, as kind of the profiles being raised, that people liked it how it was, and that wouldn't have been with a lot of people in the sport. Wheelchair basketball is so heavily male weighted as well, so I'm not sure if you've seen that we now a women's Premier League, which is meant to be pro, and that caused huge backlash because people are like, "Oh, why aren't they investing in the men's game?" Which was all they. It's kind of good that it happens in other sports, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, and I think
that other people can be as kind of mean. I have got a list, that's why I keep looking down.
No, it's okay. But I do think that in every sport it happens. Like you've got to remember and understand that it's not just you. Like no one's aiming it at Alice. It's everyone. Like I think every sport there is them people that will write nasty comments, but you literally are doing the right thing by not engaging and not letting it get you down, because you know that you're working hard, you're trying hard. So their opinions, their negative opinions, doesn't really matter.
What's your achievement, kind of on a more upbeat note, in your personal and sport life?
So my best achievement in judo, I I'm the only British person to get to 4 Grand Slams. Well, not 4. I've got to 7 Grand Slam finals, but won 4 of them. So I'm the only British judo to do that. And I'm also the only person in British judo to get a European medal at every age category. So I'm really happy that, because sometimes if you do so well when you're young, you can't continue that all the way through to senior level. Or so you do either better younger or maybe older. But I've got a European medal at cadet, junior, under 23 and senior. So I think I'm really proud to be at every stage. I know I've completed something that I really wanted to complete and get a European medal. And then I think outside of judo, my biggest achievement probably would be being able to balance so many things. I think it's really hard, and some people struggle to give 100% to one thing, but 100% to another thing also. So sometimes if people give 100% to the sport, they can't like give everything to the university or the studies. But because of them key factors that I told you before about time management and having a balance and being a little bit strict, I think probably my biggest achievement outside of judo is doing well in other things, not just one thing here, one thing there. So I'd say that. What would you say is your biggest achievement so far?
I don't know. I think it's really, really split, and I'm not sure if my sporting achievements would like be the traditional ones. So I spoke out about sexism in the sport age. The selection for me was huge. I realised that happened was in my junior career to get to this point. But I am going to school games. I'm going to experience it, and I think also my first match back after my first operation for season was also my Div 2 debut in the sport.
Wow.
So I feel myself in the deep end. And I think personally, I do quite a lot of advocacy stuff. So I'm on the Girl Guiding Youth panel and also Select Youth Board, and they're an organisation that does getting girls and young women into STEM. I'm probably talking to Priti Patel about how we need to have good education in schools and how we need to have a focus on PSHE and stuff that isn't English and maths, and helping shape the domestic violence bill is probably my proudest achievement. Saying that,
wow.
Just like thinking.
Well, you definitely should be proud of that. That is really, it sounds really amazing.
Just a little question. What is a Grand Slam? I don't follow judo, so.
Okay, so in judo, we have the major events, which is World Championships, European Championships, and then Olympic Games. But to get to the Olympic Games, you need to be the highest on the ranking list. So the top 22 on the ranking list go to the Olympic Games. So to climb that ranking list, you fight in Grand Slams. So it's the next competition under the 3 majors. And the Grand Slams are worth the highest points. So winning a Grand Slam, I would get 1,000 points. So I'll go higher on the world ranking list. So they're like, if you know what a Grand Slam in tennis is, it's a bit similar to that.
Okay, cool. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
How do you get focused for both training and competition? I know there's sometimes that I will just be waking up at 6 a.m. and I'll get for my first match and I'll just be a bit out really.
Yeah. I think it's hard sometimes. Some days I wake up and think, oh no, I can't do it today. It's really hard, but you've got to do it. So as much as if you keep telling yourself, I'm tired, I'm not feeling up for it today, you've still got to do it. You're still going to compete. So I think no matter how I feel in the morning when I wake up on competition, I know I've got to compete and I've got to compete my best today. So I try not to give myself negative thoughts and think, oh, I'm tired today. Oh, I didn't sleep too good today. I try and switch that around and think, I've trained hard. I've ate well. I've made my weight well. I'm ready to train. I'm ready to compete. And I've been competing well. So that's what I try and change it around to not think, oh, I'm tired. I try and tell myself all the positive things that's happened this week rather than the negative things. But to focus during competition, we have about 5 fights in a day. So in between each fight, there's about an hour recovery. So I just listen to music. I take myself off. I just really try and think in my head my game plan and how I'm going to win my next fight. And then I also speak to my coach a lot. So I think sitting with my coach and confining my coach and him just going through what we're going to do next and some maybe video analysis and stuff like that, it can really make me just focus on the event I'm doing. And the same for training, really. I try to have set goals each session. So I'm not just coming onto the judo mat and thinking, oh, I'll go with the flow today. I try and each session have some goals that today I want to do this, this and this. So I feel like that can really focus me and give me an aim for each session.
Yeah, I think that's something that I just need to bring into my training, and kind of coming back after COVID. I think we went into COVID, I was 14, and then coming out 16, and suddenly kind of you've lost kind of so many years, and kind of that serious to my training. I think is something that I need to bring in. So that was really helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Bit of a random one, but what is your favourite food to have at competition?
So in judo, you have to make your weight. So I fight normally on the Saturday, but on the Friday evening, I weigh in. So the Friday is not much food and not much drink because you're weighing in that evening. But then as soon as I've weighed in, I love, love, love spaghetti bolognese or carbonara. So I get some carbs in. And the day of my competition, it's not my favourite food, but it's just now a food that I will have every single competition. I'll have scrambled egg on toast, and that's my go-to breakfast. And then throughout my competition, I have things like bananas, energy drinks, Haribos and stuff like that. And then after my competition, I always treat myself. So we go out for some like food I probably wouldn't normally eat on a day-to-day basis. And I love pizza and burgers and stuff like that. But yeah, my go-to meal after weigh-in is definitely spaghetti bolognese or carbonara. What is yours?
I think, I really like lasagna, but my family don't really. So I think because our competitions are such a varied time.
Yeah.
So there's some that I have 6 weekends in a row that I have matches of some variety, sometimes in 3 different competitions. And then there's sometimes that I'll have one match a month. And we also do the weird Christmas stuff. So I think I've definitely played on the last weekend before Christmas and the first one back after New Year, just because the hall tends to be cheap, so we tend to play. So I think I do love Christmas dinner. I really like stuffing in your pudding.
Yes, I like that too.
But it's just working out because it's kind of I've trained all summer, which has been nice. Some people normally have a break, but because I hadn't played much in the last season, I was like, there's training sessions to go to, let's just go, because I don't know like if I'm going to have another surgery or another bit of me breaks. So yeah, lasagna though, I would have that every day.
I think I could also eat lasagna every day. I do really like that too.
How do you manage coming off a competition, like coming out of a competition, like coming off that high from competing?
Well, I think it's super, super important to have that high. Like, sometimes people get straight back into training and forget what's just happened. But I think it is really important to take that high into training with you and be really confident with it. So when I'm competing and I'm winning competitions, I come home and I'm happy. Like I get into training and I'm happy, and I think in my head, like, I've done so well, like, take this into training, carry on going. And I think by doing that, it makes you have really good training sessions. Of course, you're going to have some training sessions where you're just like, what went on there? Why was this so bad? But I think if you keep thinking back to that competition that I did so well, I played so well, I did this, this, and this good. I think that's really important. But still, even every competition, I can take a point from the competition which didn't go well. Even if I won the whole competition, I can say, when we do some video analysis and I look back, I can say, okay, this was really good. However, this was not as good. So what can I do to make that as good as this, to be a better person as like a whole judo player? So I think it's super important not to forget how well you did and to go into the sessions really confident because you've just done so well. But just have a look back at your match or how you played and say, okay, there was 5 points that were super good, but this 1 point, now I'm going to work on that to get it as good, and then you'll be a better player as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. That was really useful. I think I have a habit of either mainly because all our competitions, if we do a full weekend, it's first match is normally 9 a.m. on a Sunday, and the way that the timetabling's been, it's normally about 4 or 5 on the Sunday, and then I'll be straight back at school the next day. So for school games, I would have played for 4 days straight, and then it's my first day of year 13 the next day.
Oh, wow.
How did you, if you did have to deal with that, how did you deal with that when you were younger?
So I did all the time. So I would compete on Saturdays or Sundays and then go straight to school on a Monday. And I think I had really supportive people around me and people in school with me and college with me that they was really happy for me. So like they'd be every time I'd go in, and I wouldn't be scared to like share how well I did. Like I'd say, yeah, I won this. Yeah, I did good. Like I think sometimes people think, oh, you maybe are being big headed or you're boasting, but that isn't actually how people see it. People see it. People get really proud of you and are genuinely really happy for you to do well. So I think you should go in and show off your medals or show off your trophy. And just, if you're really proud of yourself, everyone around will also be really proud. But then you need to make sure you can switch off a little bit from that to focus on your studies or whatever you're doing. And then as soon as you go back into training, that's where you can say, I did good, and now I'm going to focus on this.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I have any more questions apart from kind of what is the favourite thing you've ever bought to help with your sport? Because I like asking people this question because it's so random.
What's my favourite thing I've ever
bought for your sport? Like if it's random or you just liked it.
What have I bought for my sport? That's a good question. Actually, I'm obsessed with buying trainers. Like trainers is my go-to. So I cheat a little bit and I say, oh, I need trainers for the gym. Oh, now I need trainers for running, but I don't wear them for the gym and running because I have my gym and running trainers and I just make an excuse. So that is the thing that like my go-to thing, really. What about you?
Kind of trainers, yeah, and I have my one pair of trainers that I play in and I go to the gym in, and they've had a hard life lesson, but they work. Probably I don't really follow running basketball, so a lot of wheelchair basketball players do follow the running game. I appreciate it, but I don't watch it. But football shirts, I say, oh no, and then I just buy a lot of.
That's really cool though. I like that.
Which is, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, did you watch the live lesson?
Yes, how amazing.
Yeah, it was so cool. I was in France, so watched it with the English and the English and German people who were in that bit.
Very nice. Well, they did so well, and then the week after, our Commonwealth team did so well. So at the minute, like everyone's on a high. Sport's really good. So hopefully that follows you into the games.
Yeah, hopefully. I knew some of the people who represented England at wheelchair basketball, so I played with one of them. I've played with two of them this season actually. I've been playing with them at the game, so I think hopefully it'll be such a high for the country and the sporting world. And even if like, other people don't see it, I think for the sporting world, it's been such a high, and it's been one of the times it's been really good to be English. So
100%. Yeah, hopefully. So my fingers are crossed that you have a very, very good games. But I want you just to remember that if things maybe don't go too much to plan or not how you expected, there's more things to come and there's bigger things to come as well. So don't dwell on it too much, but fingers crossed everything goes very, very well for you.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker, read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come to support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
Hiya. Okay. My name is Oscar Kelly. I compete for Great Britain in paratriathlon in the visually impaired category. I competed in the 2018 school games as well as the 2022 Commonwealth Games for Team England.
Hi, my name is Lily May Lancaster Evans. I'm 13 years old and I train in modern pentathlon. I compete in laser run, fencing and swimming. I started in the sport when I was 8 months. My friend wanted wanted to go to the training session and she wanted someone to go with, and I loved the session so much that I joined the club and carried on with the sport. Just a year later I qualified for the World Championships in Egypt and got 2 silver medals and a bronze medal. I have since competed in an international competition in Madeira, the European Biathlon and Triathlon Championships in Germany, the European Laser Run Championships in Weiden, Germany, and at the World Laser Run Championships in Budapest. Last year I was lucky enough to compete in the school games for laser run. Since then I've continued to train and compete. This year I became the under 15 laser run champion and under 15 tetrathlon champion.
Oh, I feel like you should be the mentor.
What inspired you to first get involved in your sport, and how did it feel competing in the nationals finals?
That's a tough one. So got a funny story about that. I was banned from cycling to school because of my visual impairment and some not so good cycling skills. And so I took cycling up recreationally outside of school on closed course stuff and a bit of velodrome work. And I met a really good friend of mine who also competed in the school games alongside me in 2018. And him and his mum was sort of like, well, here's triathlon, if you want to try it out. And I was like, well, I'll get bored of cycling eventually. And so I was like, I'd try out some duathlon stuff, which is running and cycling. I did all right at that against able-bodied athletes, so I sort of learned how to swim. And then from there, I got picked up by the British Pathway, and they've really pushed on some of those young athletes to try and develop us. And the first year that triathlon was in school games, I was lucky enough to compete.
Yeah. What is your biggest sporting or personal achievement?
I think it's got to be Commonwealth Games. It's pretty recent. It's a bit of a tough one, a bit of heartbreak. Unfortunately, we didn't get the result we wanted. But we got 2 punches on the bike, which is very unfortunate. But we finished and finished 5th, which is for most people a good result. But I went there to win something, so you're never happy unless you medal. But that's still just that was a crazy experience. Like a jump up from doing World Championship stuff to that was just amazing, and you have nothing close to a games event, and then to do a home games as well. It's just a dream, really.
Yeah. What is something you're passionate about outside of sport, and why are you proud of it?
Sleeping. if I'm honest, just trying to get trying to take a step away from sport. So I've got a dog called Storm, and I guess maybe him. But I don't really do much other than sport. It's probably unhealthy obsession, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What's your favourite sport out of the 3?
Oh, that's a good one. It generally changes, and it changes depending on what I'm doing best in at the time. I've got to a point where I enjoy swimming now, which is always good. But I didn't enjoy swimming for a long time. But I think it's got to be running. Running's probably my favourite, because if I'm feeling a bit down, or I don't want to do some training, I go for a little jog, and I'll be straight back in the zone. And there's nothing like running quick. Running quick's really fun.
Yeah. How do you block out negative comments and messages that you receive on social media?
Block them. Usually block them, or I've been fortunate not to get tons of negative comments, but I'm like, most of the time I'm usually just like, who do you think you are? Like, why would you say that, first of all? But just
yeah.
what gives you the authority to say that to me, and you don't know me? So and then go down the normal routes of blocking and ignoring people, because it's not your fault they've got a problem with you.
How do you deal with loss or disappointment both within and outside of sporting events?
Oh, that's a hard one. I'm fortunate enough that because I'm a visually impaired athlete, I race with a guide, and triathlon is usually an individual sport, but because I race with a guide, it's sort of more like a team sport for me, and because of that, I can sort of get a bit of support from him, and I can give support back. And we've got a surrounding team around us all the time, the other athletes, and the majority of them will know what it's like to have a race that doesn't go your way. It's it's very unusual. You get a race that everything goes how you want it to go, but it's part of the sport, and it's something you definitely got to learn. And I think definitely as a younger athlete, it's a lot harder to learn without having those races.
How do you get focused ahead of competing in a major sporting event?
That's so. I've run through probably what I did before commies, because I had an amazing race at the end of the day, and it started off with getting down onto race site, and then it sounds funny, like I went through registration and everything. I got down super early, and I just had a little nap. I was like, you know what, I'm going to chill out, get some tunes going. I sort of just had a little nap for half an hour before setting up all my transition and everything, and doing all my warm-ups, and it got me in the zone. We have something called a dry rope, which is basically like a massive hoodie, and so I had that on and headphones in, try and block out the crowds a bit when I went for my swim warm-up and everything. But just sort of stayed very chill, got a vibe going with the music, and laughing around with Charlie, and just sort of kept it light, I guess. And then when it came down to getting onto that pontoon, 2 minutes to go, and the guys in front of us went off, and then you get in the water, and that's when I really focused. I looked at Charlie and I was like, this is what we've been training for, this is what we're doing, stick to the plan. And it did stick to the plan, but that first bit was really good. And that for me, not focusing all day, only focusing that last few minutes before racing really helps when things do go off course like they did in that race. And I had the mental strength, and I wasn't too tired out just to go, all right, this has happened, we've got to move on, what are we going to do, and push through.
Yeah. What inspired you to first get involved with the sport?
It's probably more that I'm not really good at it. Like, I'm not really that good at anything else. I'm like, I've got to be good at something. And I wasn't the sporty kid when I was growing up. I'm very much that kid that was picked last for all sports stuff, especially if it required a ball. I was not. I could run, but that was about it. And but I just sort of thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. I enjoy cycling. What's the worst can happen? I can take part. I can do a couple of achievements. Like, you usually get a bit of street cred saying you're a triathlete, as it is. And it sort of just went from there, and it's really changed my life. And he told me, I think when I started, he told me 6 or 7 years ago that I'd have competed at the level that I have. I would have told you you're crazy, but I'm also thankful that I gave it a go.
Yeah. What direction do you see your career moving in the next 5 years?
Oh, next 5 years. So late this year, go back to World Champs and hopefully redeem our crash last year. I have a bit of a thing going with big events and either crashing or get mechanical failures. But hoping to go back to World Champs and do well there, and then get on UK sport funding is the next big plan. But then it's really locking in and trying to qualify for Paris Paralympics, and medaling there. At the end of the day, that's what we do the sport for. We do the sport not to compete. We do the sport to win. Whatever side. And then from there, it's hopefully next Commonwealth Games, paratriathlon, my category in paratriathlon still in there, hopefully, and it'd be trying to redeem ourselves there as well, and win lots of medals in the meantime.
If you had to do any sport other than triathlon, what sport would you do?
Oh, I don't know. There's some pretty cool stuff. It depends if I still have my visual impairment. If I didn't, then I'd probably do some motor racing, or I've done quite a lot of sort of whitewater kayaking for fun, and that's also pretty awesome. But I'm now quite limited in what I can do. So one of the two there. If I still have my impairment, I'd probably like track athletics or something like that. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. How are you able to juggle having a social life alongside the intensity of training for your sport?
That's a hard one. That's something else I think you got to learn as an athlete. You know, you've got, especially a young athlete, you've got to be able to go to your friends, go, no, I've got to go and do training. I've got to go do this, or I've got to get my homework done so I can go to training later or whatever, depending on what your arrangement is with your parents. But then again, it's really important to have a social life, because if you don't, things can go sideways, and mental health is really, really important at the end of the day. And so, yeah, I try and make sure I've got, don't want to call them appointments, but time slots when I've got like going out with a friend each day or something, making sure I'm not just sat in my flat, or I'm talking to, say, a friend that doesn't live close enough to me on the phone or something, like really making time to make that effort to see someone every day, because it is really important, no matter how sociable you are in the first place. Like I think it's something really important to try and learn.
Yeah. What inspired you to how did it feel competing in the national finals?
It's a really cool experience, actually. So we have something called a blue carpet race, which is basically a race. It's usually an international race. They whip out the blue carpets in transition, and it's just something to add to the fact, not only the visual factor, but like even on the foot, it just feels different. And they did really cool stuff where they got blue carpet out, and it was a really cool experience for a lot of young triathletes, not only us as para triathletes, but they had all the able-bodied lot, and it was a cool experience for them. And it was pretty close to like a communist environment in terms of actually a combined games environment. Sort of, you got to see loads of other sports being around, and for us, we got to be alongside the able-bodied athletes, and it was really the first step to go, this is really cool. This isn't just doing a race around the lake. This is like proper cool stuff, and we've got like little plaques and everything saying our names. And yeah, it's quite specific to triathlon, but it gave a very professional feeling to a sport, and sort of going, no, this is something we want to do. And it was something I was super proud of competing in for a long time.
Yeah. What would your favourite country to compete in be?
So what was that?
What would your favourite country to compete in be?
The UK. What do you mean? Do you mean racing or race sport? Yeah. Okay, racing. I don't know. That was my favourite one so far. Has probably been. I don't know. I'm a bit weird. I like a wet race. So actually, racing in the UK works pretty well for me. But Canada was pretty fun as well. Canada was a cool place to race in. But I honestly quite like racing in the UK. It's I don't have to travel. That saves a lot of stress. I don't know. It'd have to be something really with good views though, if it was to travel.
Yeah. In your opinion, would weather conditions affect your race?
Yeah, massively. So yeah, if it's windy, then water's generally choppier. So we swim open water. So even if it's a lake or sea or whatever, that gets choppy. That'll really change who swims quicker, who swims slower. And then like a wet bike will generally be slower. That's questionable. Me and my guy Charlie generally just do the exact same thing and do pretty similar times because it's something that we enjoy a bit more. It's something he's used to racing in. It's something that I'm used to racing in. And then the run, it doesn't really matter if I'm honest. But yeah, no, it can probably slow a race down by a good minute for some people. So and it's just the mental factor as well. I guess, especially for those athletes that are, say, Spanish athletes that aren't quite used to the rain as much, or something like that, where you've got people more used to it a bit used to it. But then again, if it's too cold, then we can't race, then we can't swim. So that's our races get changed to a triathlon there, and there's quite a lot there and trying to keep warm.
Yeah. What sort of training would you do in a day?
In a day, unfortunately, quite a bit. So triathlons, because we've got 3 sports, we've got to train 3 disciplines, and it also just means we generally have more volume than pretty much any sport. I'm fortunate that I don't do Ironman distance, which is ridiculously long, and so I don't have to do super crazy hours. But I generally do at least 2, if not 3, training sessions a day. Usually, like I swim 5 times a week, run 3 or 4 times, and cycle everything in between, plus a couple of gym sessions. So it really just depends what the day is. For example, today is Monday. I've just got a cycle and a swim, pretty easy day. But tomorrow I'd have a hard swim, gym, and a hard run, which is when you start questioning why you do the sport.
Which competition are you most proud of?
I think early career we've got to be school games. I didn't necessarily do as well as I wanted there as well, but it was my first sort of sense that I need to start training, and because you're around people that you knew already. Well, for at least us, we've got quite a tight community, and got a bit of pride for racing from where you're from, and yeah, and then it's got to be an early international career would have been world champs last year. Pretty proud of that, how we handled the situation that we got put in, and then just got to be commies again this season. It's keep on going back to it, but it's crazy and racing against in front of a home crowd, and it's just I don't know, it's an amazing experience. And no matter where you come away from races, like there's just some races where you're just proud of what you've done, proud of how you handled yourself and how you've represented your country.
Yeah. What competitions are you looking forward to competing in?
Paralympics, hopefully. Paralympics, commies again, and many more races in between. I don't think there's really too many extra steps that I can go without. I guess it's more results and competitions, but I'm hoping to be around for a while. So 3 or 4 Paralympics would be nice.
Yeah. How would you balance your diet each day, like what you eat and stuff?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, it's important to get a balanced diet. I'm not a very good example. It's something that I try to work towards. We all have our flaws, and for me, it's nutrition. But we basically usually get told eat as much as you can, because we do a lot of training, and there's you got to fuel it. So different sports, you'll have different you'll have different suggestions from coaches, from nutritionists, and we get told have a balanced diet, but as much carbs, as much protein as you can get in. How frequently you get protein post sessions, during sessions. There's a lot that goes into it, and yeah, I've not mastered it at all yet. Unfortunately, it's a work in progress.
Yeah. Who inspires you to do sport? Like people who do sport or out of sport.
I don't know. I train in a really good training group, so I train with four-time world champion Dave Ellis, who races my category and completely destroys me every single day. So it's sort of an inspiration, but also a nice little challenge for me. But you know, I'm based in Loughborough. There's so many amazing athletes here, and just even like other athletes I train with who have had such hard times with how they've become a para athlete, or you know, injuries and stuff, and like their will to continue to keep on going through rehab, or to have got up and gone, no, you know what, this isn't going to be me. I'm going to go and do something with this. It's pretty inspirational.
How would you deal with having an injury while you're doing sport? Like,
So what was that?
How would you deal with having an injury? Like, what would you do if you?
First things first. Well, first things first, I'd probably either tell physio or my coach, or both simultaneously if I could. Yeah, it's really important if you do have that support system that you tell people. You don't hide it. You know, no matter what it is, because there's long-term risks, and then it's a case of getting it checked out, making sure it's okay. If it's not, then doing the rehab that you need to do and not rushing it. Because especially as younger athletes, you'll want to get back to doing sport and everything, and it's not worth it. Like long-term wise, it can cut your career really far down, or could just end your career at the end of the day. You don't want a repeat injury because you've not gone through the correct protocols of healing. And you know, if you really love what you do, then you're going to take your time and make sure you're right before you either compete next or go back into full training.
What's your favourite protein-based food to eat while you're doing sport? Like,
do peanut M&Ms count? That's a bit questionable if they're protein. I don't know. A good bacon butty would be up there. Can't go wrong with that. Or tin of beans or something. I don't. That's a hard one. It might have to be peanut M&Ms, but I've recently found out they're not as nutritious as I thought. So
yeah, that's all my questions.
Good.
Oscar, do you have any questions for Lily May, or just any words of advice before the national finals?
How do you do so many sports?
I don't know. I just train.
Pretty similar answer to me. To be fair, I'm like, I don't do that many.
Sessions each day, because in like separate clubs, I just do all the sessions within each clubs, because I'm in an athletics club, so I'll do those sessions and I do all the swimming ones and stuff.
Crazy. How do you handle that at such a young age as well? Like that's really impressive.
Yeah, because straight after I finish school, I'll just go do sport and not be back till like 10 o'clock. So
crazy. Have you got the swimmer's timetable yet of swimming before school as well?
Yeah, I've got 3.
Crazy, honestly. I think my main thing would just be enjoy it. You know, you've got a bright future ahead of you, but you know, enjoy the now and enjoy school games. It might, I don't know, for you having competed at such a high level already, it might feel a bit different, you know, maybe not as the novelty of other events, but it's a home games like environment, and you know, they'll have the TV cameras going and everything, and enjoy yourself. Hopefully you win something, but I think that's the most important thing, and try and get swaps if there's any international athletes. Do your best to get swaps, because that is worth it, 100%.
Yeah, I started collecting swim hats. Yeah,
I've still got a Singapore School Games T-shirt, so it's very much worth it.
Every swim hats.
Fair enough. I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Also, please welcome our umpires, Julia Jarvis and Amy Clark. Welcome the opening batters for Team Bruns, Katie Jones and Josie Groves. Welcome to the live stream for the final game of day 2, and it's going to be Team Knight against Team Bruns. The winner plays Team Civet in the final. Charlotte Lambert opening the bowling for Team Knight. Josie Groves on strike. In fact, it's number 14. That's Lexi Cantrell. Long hair getting in the way as well. 14 taking on 14. So first boundary. Team Silver getting through to the final with a run rate plus 0.38, Knight plus 1.8 in second, and Brunt minus 0.55 in third. Hence the reason that Team Knight and Team Brunt are now playing each other. Once again, Charlotte Lambert into bowl. And a wicket! Oh, it's a free hit as well. So it's going to be 4 runs. What a shame there for Charlotte Lambert. Going down as buys because of the free hits. Just caught me. To be honest, it's an automatic... Charlotte Lambert looks over to me as well. It's an automatic reaction when you see the bails go like that. You straight away, you do instantly go wicket. But obviously not the case. It's just an automatic reaction. Chance for a possible run out here with a direct hit. Oh, very close. All action in this first over. So Lexi Cantrell opening the bowl, opening the batting with Katie Jones. First of all, as he got over so far, 10 from it. It's going to be 11. Still with a delivery to go in this very long first over. Pulled square, just the one. And 12 off an eventual over. 12 without loss after the first over. First 6 overs, of course, will be the power play. So just the 2 fielders outside of the circle in the first 6. Katie Jones and Lexi Cantrell opening the batting. Bowling from the Paula Radcliffe end for Team Knight will be Olivia Thomas. Captain of Team Knight, Olivia Thomas, to open the bowling from the Paula Radcliffe end. So a good start for Brunt. 12 without loss. Lexi Cantrell just caught there between 2 minds. I think she really fancied the big heave-ho down the ground. There is a fielder on the boundary at long on. Trying to find the other fielder actually on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket. Straight down the ground to that fielder I mentioned at long on, but one bounce into hands. Direct hit from the boundary. Attempted sweep. Nice work from behind the wicket. Henshaw with the gloves again. Thomas to continue with her leg. That's going to be high over mid-wicket. Comes in from the boundary. Fires it in towards Thomas. Good run in. We're looking for around about 10 and over in this power play. Normally we've had 50 as roughly the score, but anything between 50 and 60 is very good during this power play. Good shot won't result in a run. A big crowd in actually watching the cricket, this final round robin match. Played each other the first game yesterday. Sliced high, but it's going to go over the infield. Probably won't run away to the boundary. Nice pick up and quick throw by Bethan Miles. Took a good catch in the earlier game today. Yeah, they played each other the first game yesterday. Ended the over. And it was a win for Team Knight. Quite a close game. (17) without loss after 2 overs. To continue from the pavilion end, Charlotte Lamberts. Lambert from the pavilion end had a very eventful first over. Went for 12, including taking the bails off with a delivery on a free hit. 17 without loss after 2. First seagull actually of the event, landed in just in front of our position. Banged in short, that's a top edge. Should be safe. What does it go for? Goes for 4. That's the power play for you. Over the infield, should be safe. 4 more to the total. Real lack of planes though actually coming into East Midlands Airport. Clouds are just starting to bubble up as expected. Still pleasantly warm. In goes Lambert. Through the covers and running away. Should beat the fielder and does so. Lovely shots. Again beating the infield, running away on a very quick outfield. And the score moves on to 25. Cantrell, powerful batter. No surprise to see her opening. Through mid wicket again, didn't quite get all of that, sounded quite splicey off the bat, but Still, it will be a run, and also maybe a bruise as well. End of the over. 27 without loss after 3. Team Brunt score advances on to 27 then without loss after 3. Olivia Thomas to continue from the Paula Radcliffe end. So Olivia Thomas, the captain of Team Knight, to continue. 27 then without loss after 3. So that 10 run and over target really is still within reach, especially if there's overthrows, and there could be a few here. Now there's going to be at least 2. It's going to be cut off. So it won't be 4. It goes for 4 as well. 4 buzzers. Mistake originally, and then unfortunately for Harry Robson, she tried to flick the ball in. I think she could have actually just stopped it, and unfortunately for her, she went for the flick and missed. And well, there's a gift, 4 runs. Straight down the ground, there is a fielder at long on, 1 bounce. Further runs, the fielding slightly ragged. The overthrows are obvious, but just there as well. Maybe a safety first. No safety first from the batter though. That's straight down the ground. And again, a couple of bounces into the hands of the fielder at long on. So no slowdown on the scoreboard. 36 without loss. On strike. Now this is going to go wide of the fielder at long on, and it runs for 4. Robson came across from deep mid wicket. Even she couldn't cut that out. And those 10 runs and over continue. 40 after 4. Four overs gone, 40 without loss, Team Brunt. Change of bowling for Team Knight from the pavilion end, Amy Wheeler. So change of bowling, trying to stem the tide of runs. 10 and over, 40 without loss after 4. So 2 more overs of the power play, and Amy Wheeler into the attack. So pace from the pavilion end still. Katie Jones on strike. First delivery, just rising up to Jones, who practices the shot she wishes she played a couple of times. And again, plenty of height on that. Wheel it in, bowls, and attempted ramp shots deceived the keeper. Will it run for 4? No, it won't. Just blocking the view, really, of the wicketkeeper, Renshaw. Come through for a couple of buys, but just struggling to get Wheeler away at the moment. Good reply from Team Knight. Another wide ball. Plenty of the fielders thought actually that was a valid ball and started to move around at the end of the over, but but no, wide ball. So another to the total. .43 without loss. Slower delivery this time. Still with a ball to go. And a good over from Amy Wheeler, just stemming the flow of runs. 43 without loss. Still in a good position though, Team Brunts, with 1 over to go of the power play. Wheeler in again. Full of delivery. Given the treatment, there's a hand on it, but it's going to run for 4. Four runs off the final ball of the over, so 47 then without loss after 5. One more over of the power play. And a change of bowling for Team Knights from the Paula Radcliffe end will be Bethan Miles. So one more over then of the power play, and then 4 can be outside of the circle. 47 without loss. Miles into the attack. A reverse sweep, 4-4. What a beautiful shot. Perfect connection. And the 50 is up for Team Brunt. It's been a very bright start to their innings. They'll be looking to punish these next 5 of the power play. Reverse again, or a switch hit really. It wasn't a reverse sweep this time. Proper switch hit. Reverse normally has a big arc around. This time it was more just changing stance first. That's why I refer it to a switch hit. Many people might say it was a reverse, but each their own. It's a massive shot. It's going to be stopped though in the deep. So just the one. Nice pickup though. And end of the over, end of the power play as well. 53 from it, 53 without loss. 6 overs gone, so the end of the power play, and 53 runs coming from the power play with the loss of no wickets. So 53 without loss, so now 4 of the fielders can be outside of the circle. (22 to Lexi Cantrell and 20 for Katie Jones. Amy Wheeler to continue from the pavilion end. 53 without loss after 6. So Wheeler to continue. 53 without loss after the 6. So 4 outside of the circle. So a good start, 53. Again, got that 50 that I mentioned before, which every side will be looking for really in the power play, but to get it without losing a wicket, very impressive. So good start by Team Brunt. They want to kick on really now. Chance for a direct hit. And they just run the one by. Wheeler into bowl. A real swing and a miss from Katie Jones. Hands on head time all around the field. Nicely down the ground for a single. Good connection. It's going to be stopped though in the deep. So again, just the single in what's overall been a very good over for the bowling side. 56 then without loss. .56 without loss after 7 overs. Ethan Miles to continue. Lovely shot down the ground. There's been plenty actually down the ground, picking out the fielder at long on, but this time it was very, very straight. And avoids her. First boundary for a couple of overs, 62. As Cantrell goes on to 28. Down the ground again, stops at mid-on. Good stop. Should come back for a second. Katie Jones head down, running hard. .65 without loss after 8 overs of this playoff game between Team Knight and Team Brunt to play Team Siver in the final tomorrow. 20 overs aside. 65 without loss. So a good start for Team Brunt. Change of bowling for Team Knight. And from the pavilion end will be number 8, Emily Churns. So Churns into the attack. And that's a cracking start. Of course, these bowlers, I know they've had a break, but they've had one game already today, Team Knight. 65 without loss. Good start for Team Brunt. We'll get to the halfway stage. They're on 80 odd. Still with all the rabbits left in the hutch. And we're looking at a big score. We're going to run through for a bye here. But also it gives these two, yes, they want to keep their wicket and try and score as many as possible, and there going to be an extra 1, so 2. That'll be 2 byes. But even though they've made this really good start, and they'll want to score as many as possible, obviously, for themselves and for the team, but they can now actually just start to throw the bat at a few, really, because they've got so much batting to come. Take 1 or 2 chances like that, but that's 4 runs. In fact, it's gone all the way. 6. Tremendous power connection from Lexi Cantrell. Brilliant shot. One of the first real 6s that we've seen. That's been square of the wicket. That's just pure power and timing. Obviously pace on the ball as well. Brilliant shot. Standing just slightly across her stumps as well. Looking for that leg side. Plenty of room, exactly where that went. Square of the wicket. Deep backward square leg on the boundary. Slightly squarer than that. You've got a long on, but then all through mid-wicket, there's a huge gap over mid-wicket. I'm surprised if she goes back at some point. There, exactly where I was saying. 4 runs. And there's going to be a change in the field now, exactly where I was just talking about. I'd imagine mid-wicket will just go back. There she goes. So Olivia Thomas, the captain, actually will move back onto that boundary, which needs protecting. So 3 out on the leg side. You've got a fine leg. In fact, no, it's a 3rd man on the boundary. So fielder comes in from the sweeping boundary on the offside. And an appeal and caught behind. Could just hear the nick here in the commentary box. And a very good innings comes to an end. 39 for Lexi Cantrell. 77 for 1. .77 for 1. The first wicket goes down then for Team Brunts, and it's Lexi Cantrell goes for 39. New batter for Team Brunts, number 12, Saren Smale. So first wicket down, and it's Lexi Cantrell goes for a splendid 39. Some big shots, huge sixes involved as well, and she's laid cornerstone to what has been so far a very, very promising innings for Team Brunt. 77 for 1 after 9. She goes for 39. Saren Smale, who's opened the batting, is going to be facing shortly. It's down leg side and a wide to start things off. There's a change of bowling here as well. Neve Holland into the attack from the Paula Radcliffe end. 9 overs down, so after this will be the halfway stage. It's my stomach then, if anyone heard that on the live stream. My word. Might just have to have one of these cookies just to calm them down. Thank you very much, James. Wide again, this time wide of the off stump, so not the greatest start by Neve. Oh, nice, aren't they? Better then from Holland. Good run between the wickets there to get 2. Scampering back. It's Katie Jones, who's now on 26. And we've got the cookies out. We've only got one left actually, but since it is the final tomorrow, if you are coming to Loughborough to watch the final between Team Siver and one of these two teams, if you want to bring us a cake, then we'll accept it certainly in the commentary box. Stop in the field. Being serious as well, if someone wants to make us a cake and bring it tomorrow, we'll gladly accept it, I'm sure. Yeah, we will do, yeah. So, you know, we're being serious here. 82 for 1. One of the best starts we've seen in this competition. The best first 10 overs. In comes Holland, bangs it in short, and hammered through the covers for 4. Smale has seen the ball go to the boundary on plenty of occasions in this first 9 overs. Now she's at the crease, and it's not taking her long to get in the act. 4 runs from Saren Smale. 86 for 1. Pulled through mid-wicket, that's so powerful. Straight to the fielder though. And that's pretty smart on the boundary. Good throw. Good pick up as well, because that was hammered by Smale. Changing the field. Fine leg goes to the boundary. Amy Wheeler, just in front of us. It's going to surely be a catch. And it's a wicket. And it's a wicket of Katie Jones. Goes for 27. Top edge, easy catch. And the second wicket goes down. .87 for 2, and Katie Jones goes for 27. Joining Sarah Smale at the crease is number 7, Jodie Grucock. End of the over as well, 87 for 2. So we're at the halfway stage. And the two batters who have done the damage are out. 27 for Katie Jones and 39 for Lexi Cantrell. So Grucock and Smale, who have opened the batting for Team Brunt before, are at the crease. So an excellent start by Team Brunt, made by Cantrell and also Jones. Will be looking very, very north of 150 with this excellent start. Will they be in the final tomorrow? Jumping in front of the wicket, that's out. It looked out from here. We can't really see with the angle at all, but jumping in front of the stumps, it seems. Didn't get very high as well. And well, the wicket's starting to fall. 87 for 3 now. Sarah Smale goes for 5 and 87 for 3 now, Team Brunt. New batter to the crease for Team Brunt, number 1, Liberty Healy. So the wicket's just starting to tumble now with Sarah Smale going for 5. Keep at the crease. And number 1. Certainly not panic stations as yet for Team Brunt, but they don't want this good start to just suddenly start to waste away. But again, if you offer them 87 for 3 at this stage, I'm sure they still would have taken that by far. It would have been a favourable score. He could be caught in the deep between the fielders, though. Lands safe, only just but 4 runs. And there's kind of an example of the score that they're on at the moment. 87 turns into 91 for 3. But even though they're 3 down, they can still go for these big shots because, again, if they lose wickets consistently but keeps on scoring, they're on 91 already. Big hitters to come. Oh, a wander down the wicket as well by Heap. Really is attacking. Big shot again by Heap, this time dissecting the fielders on the other side. Went to the left of the fielder at deep mid-wicket, this time going to the right, and it's the same result. It's 4 runs. Heap full of risk at the crease, and it's a risk-reward at the moment, rewarded with 2 boundaries. Eleven overs gone, 95 for 3, Team Brunt. To continue from the Paula Radcliffe end will be number 6, Neve Holland. Neve Holland from the Paula Radcliffe end. Given the straight bat there by Grucock. Could be a little bit of a tactic with Grucock maybe just anchoring herself and not taking every risk in the book and letting Liberty Heap do that. But then again, we are inside the final 8 overs now. In comes Holland to Grucock. Get full connection just with the single, but that brings the dangerous Heap on strike. Over the top from Heap, and it's going to be 4. 4 runs. Wasn't cut off down there. That's Amy Wheeler, one of the better fielders actually in this competition. Wheeler of that one-handed catch yesterday, but couldn't stop this at the moment. She's on 12, Liberty Heap, and those 12 runs are scored by 3 shots. Pulled again, this time through mid-wicket. It's going to run away just for a single. They're 2 quick runners actually, but just a single. Good fielding down there by Harriet Robson. So Heap helping herself to plenty at the moment. The 100 up as well, 101 for 3. Very, very good platform to really go hard now. Now they've passed that 100 mark. I think when I mentioned about maybe just playing the anchor role, maybe is that slightly too defensive? Is that a little bit maybe old-fashioned when you're just about to finish the 12th over, 101 for 3? I think everyone just maybe throw the bat at it. It's possibly the best way. I actually think at the moment rotating the strike is not the worst idea with Heap doing what she's doing. And the 100's up for Team Brunt then. 103 for the loss of 3 wickets after 12 overs of their 20. How many churns from the pavilion end? So how many churns to continue from the pavilion end? Heap down the ground, and this is going to land safe, and it's going to one bounce, 4 runs. And I think they're going to have to move this field back down the ground. Heap on fire. So Heap on 18, in comes Churns, bangs it in short, and that could be caught. This is going to be a big wicket, and it's caught. 2 fielders underneath it. Safe hands. And it's a big wicket because Liberty Heap was smashing it all around the park. She goes for a very quick fire, 18, 107 for 4. Liberty Heap goes for 18. Quick fire 18 from Heap. And Team Brunt's 107 for 4. New batters in a crease for Team Brunt. Number 11, Josie Groves. So Josie Groves to Thunder comes out to face Churns. Whipped off her pads nicely. Jogs the 1. So 108 for 4. They'll be disappointed, Team Brunt, obviously, that Liberty Heat was out after a very quick fire 18, but that's really what they need at the moment. They just need the batters to come in and swing the bat, score a quick fire 10 or 15 or so, and if they get out, they get out. And they got 108 on the board, and we're in the 13th over. So still plenty of batting to come. Team Knight, though, on the other hand, well, they'll be looking at that 4 and going, well, if 108 for 4 becomes 110 for 6, they could maybe turn this around. That's just padded down the ground, almost tennis style, really. Horizontal bat. That sounded fantastic and goes for 6. Oh, what a shot. Big hit in Groves. It just sounded so clean. Bosh. That just sounded so good off the bat. It's echoed around the cricket ground. Oh, quick single. That wasn't actually down, didn't need to be. 13 overs gone, 116 for 4. And a change of bowling for Team Knight, returning from the Paula Radcliffe end will be number 12, Olivia Thomas. $117 for 4. Thomas into the attack. Drop down for a single. Keep the scoreboard ticking, and I suppose actually the role that Grucock may have here is not actually changed, because she had Heap, who was heaping herself to loads of runs prior to her wicket, and now she's got Groves in the attack, at the other end, should I say, and well, it's kind of exactly the same. She's come in and smashed 9 off only a few. So maybe it's just same again. Try and give Jo Groves the strike as often as possible. 118 for 4. Massive from Groves, catch that in the crowd. Big 6, just actually landing over the rope itself. It's a big boundary there. They are playing on the slightly to the right of the square, so to hit it for a 6 that side of the wicket, that's a big shot. Huge 6, and I think the idea actually of giving Groves the strike, I think that's certainly going to work. I'll friend the Seagulls back. Fielding at fine leg. Got a mate as well. You can only have a few outside of the circle, I don't think he realises. That's wide of the off stump, that's purely because of what she's happy with that 6. She dents straight onto those pads at all, Thomas. Even though fielders are out. Groves goes back and punches it down the ground. Long on, long off on the boundary. Also deep mid-wicket, deep backward square also. They're going to now come in to a square leg position. Also long on comes in as well as they go out on the leg side now, because Grucock being a left-handed batter. 126 for 4. Quickly on to 16. Groves just absolutely taking over from Liberty Heap. Imagine if those two were at the crease at this point, my word. Anyway, Grucock turns it square of the wicket and dissects those two fielders. 4 runs, excellent shots, excellent positioning. Ended over, and 14 overs gone. 130 for the loss of 4 wickets. Groves quickly on to 16. So Team Bruins 130 for 4. And a change of bowling, Laura Smitten from the pavilion end. Smitten into the attack. He's quite an interesting bowler, actually. Very high action. And that's going to just drift down leg side. And it's not going to be given as wides. It's not automatically leg side deliveries are given as wide. Straight down the ground. It's just towards our commentary position, and 4 runs. Excellent positioning of that shot. Long on, no chance. Mary Taylor fielding down here just by our commentary position, and she didn't have a chance with that. She'll be concentrating on the batting for Team Knight. Smitten again, bowls short and turned away. That could have square, just be a single. But again, the scoreboard's constantly ticking over. If it's not the big shots, if it's not the boundaries, which, let's be honest, a lot of the time they are at the moment, but at the moment it is ticking over very nicely, and they've got Grucock at the crease as well. She's playing, again, that anchor role I mentioned, but also because she's a left-hander, it's just causing a few issues in the field, of course, having to change over all the time. Boundaries, must be hard work in the field at the moment if you're a Team Knight player. 135 for 4, plenty of overs to go. And again, just turn into the leg side. So again, the field has to change. This time it will be Groves on strike. Flicked away very nicely, but 1 bounce to the deep back and square leg fielder. Timing the ball, lovely Groves. Team Brunt score 138 for the loss of 4 after now 15 overs, so 5 overs to go. So 5 overs to go. Thomas de Grucock down the ground for an easy single. Groves then on strike. 139 for 4. 5 overs to go. Now the field just scatters when Groves is on strike. The leg side field especially. Long on goes back to the boundary from mid on. Deep mid wicket now from mid wicket. Square leg goes back to the boundary, or at least 10 yards from it. There's a big boundary there, but Groves has already cleared it actually. Here she goes down the ground, on the ground. Should just be the 1, which I think Team Knight will be quite happy with actually, with Groves on strike, just keeping it to singles. Now this score at the moment, 140 at this stage. It's looking like a big total for Team Knight to go and chase. It's going to be very entertaining to see how they go about that. They have a lot of talent in their batting lineup, let's just put it that way. They're one of the, I would say if you have an all-round side, I'd probably say Team Knight is arguably one of the best all-round sides here, but they might not be in the final. I think there was a little inside edge there. Yes is the call for 2. And good run by Groves. That was the inside edge. Looking at the umpire, Amy Clark, and yep, runs. Now Groves on strike. Once again, the field changes. Huge gap again, mid-wicket. There's no one there, all out on the boundary. Ah, but she goes the other side this time. It's going to be cut off. Should come back for 2. No. Good throw in the field. And they should... Oh, a little bit of indecision in the field. I think the batters actually overall got that right. You don't want to give away a wicket at the moment when they're scoring so easily. Maybe just going that extra 1 doesn't actually matter. You want to keep yourself there. You want to run out your partner. Rucock again, just rotating the strike. And it's going to be 2. Now that is exactly where you can pick up 2. That was a good example. And it's end of the over. ...16 overs gone, 146 for 4 then Team Brunts. 13 for Jodie Grucock and 26 for Josie Groves. Returning into the attack from the pavilion end, Charlotte Lamberts. So Charlotte Lambert back into the attack. We've got our first plane for an awful long time taking off. It's taking off and it's going to the right. So there's your Atlantic planes from yesterday. That's they might get a few actually in succession, because we had, as soon as one took off yesterday, we had a good half a dozen or so. So that might be the first of a few. Anyway, here's Lambert in. Top edge. It's not going to run for 4. It's going to be cut off. Just. They're going to come through for 2. That's good running. That is good running. Should really have been just the 1, but taking full advantage of the misfield. Just hear the roar then of the plane going east. We will eventually. Still a lack of planes landing though, James. We haven't had that. Now. Down the ground for a single. Better fielding this time. No. A murky, well, cloudy conditions. It is murky-ish. Not quite as dark as it was yesterday, actually, during the day, so it's better conditions, but the lights on the scoreboard shining bright. Very little wind, actually. The forecast was right today. Quite sunny until the early afternoon, then the clouds came over. Although they said it was going to be a little breezier, but that really hasn't picked up, which is fine. It'll be a slightly cooler tomorrow. Definitely jeans tomorrow, I think, James. No shorts. Up to the 150. 150 actually for 4 now. In goes Lambert once again. High, straight down the ground. And this is going to clear the 2 fielders. And it's 6 runs. Long on, long off. Could do nothing about that. 6 of the best for Groves again. So the 150 up and now 156 for 4. Groves on to 35. Steps back and launches it again, and it's the same result. Into the nets. Well, Groves at the moment is taking the attack apart. 162 for 4. It's going to be a mammoth score. In fact, we're looking at 200 now. Just saying they've got an extra fielder actually outside of the circle, so the fielder at fine leg comes in. Good spot by a fielder right square leg, as far away from us as possible. Turned away by Groves through mid-wicket, just been a single. Also, they are running so hard as well. Just there, prime example. Turned away for a single with the last ball here, but they ran so hard. Any mistake, they're going to go back for 2. But just the one this time. Some big sixes in that previous over from Josie Groves. 42 she's on now, 163 for 4 after 17 overs. Down the ground, this could well be caught. And is so. Innings comes to an end. It's the end of the Grove Show. Josie Groves goes for 42. Team Brunt's 163 for 5. New batter to the crease, Ellie Anderson. So the Grove Show has ended, and Ellie Anderson has joined Grucock at the crease. Straight back to Bethan Miles. Miles in again. Grucock just on the full, measured down the ground. I think her feet actually were in the right place to maybe go leg side fully. So 164 for 5. What are we thinking now with the big hitting Groves out? Still upwards of 180, 190. Maybe the 200 possibly out of reach, but we'll see what Ellie Anderson can do. We'll meet it on the full. Will just be a single. Two overs to go, and 166 for 5 for Team Brunt. Returning to attack, but this time from the pavilion end, Olivia Thomas. So Olivia Thomas from the pavilion end. Continue her spin, but a change of end. 166 then, with 12 deliveries remaining. So they'll be looking at 180 at least. Just over a runner ball for that. Woodcock on strike. 15 not out. Seen all the devastation from the other end. And now they could run two here, should do. Yes, certainly a two. Fired in. Yeah, good running. Good placement as well. Yes, they're like boundaries, but I think just picking up the ones and the odd two here, maybe a boundary or so, and they'll be fine. Up to that, again, 180. And it's going to be a boundary. It's going to be 4 byes. The attempted reverse sweep didn't quite work out. .175 for the loss of 5 then, with 1 over to go of Team Brunt's innings. 175 for 5. And to bowl the final over from the Paula Radcliffe end will be number 6, Neve Holland. So in goes Neve Holland for the final over. Ah, what a shot for 4. It's flown off the bats of Ellie Anderson. Just past point. And 4 runs, 179. Can they get that 190? And a wicket. Swing and a miss for Ellie Anderson. It's the bottom edge. And first of all, a dot ball, but a wicket goes, and a nice cameo there. 8 runs scored. 181 for 6. Ellie Anderson goes for 8 and 181 for 6. $181 for 6. New batter for Team Brunt's number 6, Emily Geach. So it's Emily Geach on strike, wearing 4. It's a lovely shot, straight back down the ground. It's going to be, 4 runs. It's gone straight through the fielder. Well, that's a bonus for. But Team Brunt will take it, 185. So error in the field. Geach turns it around the corner. Good stop. Comes through for a quick single. And ended innings 186 for 6 after the 20 overs. Sum total then for Team Knight to try and find 187. It's going to be tough, but they'll give it their best shots in 15 minutes time. So at the end of the innings for Team Brunt, and a big score on the board, 186 for 6. A big round of applause, please, for our fielding side, Team Knight. And let's hear it for the batting team, Team Brunt. Team Brunt being led by 42 from Josie Groves, 39 from Lexi Cantrell, and 27 from Katie Jones. At the end, 24 not out, Jodie Grucott. 186 then on the board, for the loss of 6 wickets. 187 the target of Team Knight, and their innings will start in around about 15 minutes time.
there's so much respect for Loughborough because it generates good players but also like well-rounded people. And I think being here for 4 years, I've really realised how much it's developed me as a person, not only as a badminton player.
The fact that it's on campus really, really helps with your sport because you've got the best facilities in the UK here, right at your fingertips.
So parasport is integrated through almost all of our offers at Loughborough. Of course, there are some sports where we need to have specialist provision for some para-athletes, but overall, most of our programmes are highly integrated so that you have disabled and non-disabled athletes able to train alongside each other. We've got fantastic facilities, fantastic coaches, fantastic support staff. Our alumni network extends throughout professional sport, and what that creates in the end is a Loughborough family, which really is there around you and supporting you as you move through your journey.
As a scholar, I get free physio support, so I can see physio whenever I like and it's for free. I get free S&C, so I have a strength and conditioning coach that works with me and my coach. Then I can see a nutritionist, which again, he ties in with my strength and conditioning.
It's all quite individualised, so the coaches will sit down with you and discuss like what you want out of the programme, what are your priorities, and they'll build a kind of a schedule that will suit you and your needs.
It makes everything easy because they all talk to each other and then they can talk to my coach and then everything's just in one place, and so it's just, yeah, it's ideal, to be honest.
One of the things I'm proudest of is that the average marks of our performance athletes are higher than the university average almost every year. We really care about people's degrees and we support them and make modifications to both their sporting programme and their education programme so that they can genuinely do both.
The reputation of Loughborough, it's there for a reason. It's known as the best because it is the best.
So our facilities are fantastic and it's hard not to get blown away by them. But the thing I would really sell us on is the environment, the culture and the people that you'll be around. People genuinely trying to be the best they can be. We've got people competing internationally across all sorts of sports and you can't really fail but to be motivated and inspired by that.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together, and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker. Read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee, which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come to support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
Please welcome to the field, defending their total of 186, Team Brunt. Opening the bowling for Team Brunt from the pavilion end, Emily Geach. Welcome back to the live stream. So in the field are Team Brunt defending their 186. Geach into bowl first, and look at that for a shot to start things off. 4 runs. Brilliant shots. Mary Taylor opening the batting with Abby Norgrove. They've gone back to their batting lineup probably from the first game, where of course they beat Team Brunt in the first game of the whole competition, but that's a very, very good start. Also shows the intent. They need to go some. 186 is a big score. Doesn't beat the field on the offside. So a dot ball. First 6 overs again are the power play. So only 2 fielders allowed outside of the circle. The fielder down the 3rd man, just hiding actually. And then square leg's gone way out to the deep backward square leg. Down the ground, monster shot, 4 or 6. It's going to be 4. Stand and deliver for Mary Taylor. If you're going to catch this score, you need to take advantage of his first 6. Now, the score for Team Brunt, they were roughly 55, 56 off their first 6. And then they really accelerated. They had those innings from the likes of Heap and Groves that really accelerated later on throughout the overs from, say, 12 to 16, normally the quieter overs, but they really accelerated during those. But I think if Team Knight are going to get there, they need to take full advantage of this first 6. Down the ground again. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, he dropped short. That's going to be a bruise. But they stopped this 4 anyway. Just stopping short. I must admit, I didn't see the fielder down there purely because there was a couple of gentlemen walking towards us who blocked the view. So be aware, we did not see the fielder down at long on, or else I would have shouted there's a fielder underneath this. But these 2 gentlemen walked straight in the way. That is placed superbly. It doesn't go through the gap. That was straight towards us. That's why we got a bit overexcited. 10 though from the first 5. I think they're 11. So fielder on the long on boundary. Mid wicket comes back into the circle. So the 3rd man goes out. In fact, they're going to change. They're going to have to bring the fielder up from long on, which they do. Geach in again. Going to beat the field on the offside. So a very entertaining first over, 11 from it. $11 from the first over, 11 without loss after 1. Of course, the first 6 overs part of the power play, so once again, only 2 fielders allowed outside of the circle during the first 6. To bowl from the Paula Redcliffe end will be Josie Groves. So Josie Groves, who hits the destructive 42. The Groves show now moves from the bat to the ball. 11 off a very good first over. It could have been more. Hitting the fielders in the offside. An appeal for LBW and a wicket, a big wicket. Mary Taylor goes for a very quick fire 11. 11 for 1. First wicket then for Team Brunt. It's Team 9's 11 for 1. And Mary Taylor goes for 11. New batter for Team Knight, number 10, Rachel King. Perfect start then for Team Brunt's. Yes, 11 came from the first, but they'll be looking at the wickets, take wickets, and they're not going to reach this 187 target. Mary Taylor smashing 11 off the first over. I think if they had to choose between the two opening batters, she probably would have been the wicket they would have wanted. And the Grove Show moves on to the ball, takes a wicket with her first ball. She can do no wrong in this playoff match. Rachel King, the new batter, will face Josie Groves. Gets off the mark with the first ball she faces, 12 for 1. And Team Knight just need to almost put the wickets kind of behind them whenever one goes and just take every ball as it comes and just try and keep that scoreboard ticking. But they're going to need boundaries. If they get behind in a rate this high, it's going to take some effort to get back to anywhere near level with the run rate. Good running is going to be part of that. Down the pitch comes Norgrove. Good stop again by Groves. Two overs gone, 17 for 1. Team Knights reply to the 186 from Team Brunts, so a further 170 then required. 17 for 1. And it will be Emily Geach to continue from the pavilion end. Good shot, but it won't result in boundary. If it beat the fielder, it certainly would have ran away. It's happened quite a few times actually through the offside in this first couple of overs. 18 for 1. Down the ground, and a massive 6, goes for 6. Now that'll give confidence not only to Rachel King, but also to the rest of the players on the Knight side. They need to keep hitting boundaries. These first 6 are going to be important. And a big 6 down the ground goes a long way. Might be a bit of a delay here to try and find the ball as well. Big top edge. Might actually land safe. It does so. And it goes for 4. Well, there we go. Buy a ticket for the raffle. You might win one day. Geach to continue, turned away, and that's going to go for 4 as well. 6, in fact, my word. Well, that's 16 runs off 3 balls, all coming from the bats. Yes, a top edge in there, but that was just a casual turn away for 6 from Rachel King. Just span and just helped it on its way. She's on 17 already, now 34 for 1. As an absolutely, completely neutral point of view, if they really start on fire here, which they are doing so, that's going to land safe, might just be for the 1, yep, then it's going to set up this game perfectly. That's what we want. Ideally, to be fair, from our position in the commentary box, myself and James, we're thinking possibly 3 runs needed off the last ball would be ideal. That would be fantastic. Maybe even 2, in fact, 2 off the last ball would be ideal. Geach into bowl. Oh, no. I don't think she's out. Well, Geach has obviously just got a hand on that and has turned it onto the stumps. That's a real bonus. A Brucey bonus for Team Brunt. The second wicket goes down 35 for 2, and Rachel King then goes for 18. And quick fire 18, but score moved on to 35 then for the loss of 2. And the new batters in the crease, Jessica Ollerenshaw. was a very, very unlucky wicket there. Lucky for Brunt, unlucky for Rachel King and Team Knight, especially with those shots, 18 off hardly anything, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, real shame, and kind of a shame for the game as well. 2 wickets now down. Ola Renshaw is one of the bigger hitters in the side as well, so she's in to take advantage, hopefully, from Team Knight's position of these last few power play deliveries. Goes over the top for 4. There's an example. It's a lovely shot as well. It was a flowing movement, good footwork actually, all about the feet. Got right to the pitch of the ball. Beautiful shots. And hopefully for Team Knight's position, she can pick up the mantle of Rachel King. Very unlucky. Turns that square. There is a fielder deep mid-wicket. And I suppose I'll mention it after every wicket, but again, the new batters, they just can't afford to take time to get in. It just needs to go on every occasion with this big score to chase. And that deep mid-wicket's going to come into operation. And again, very tidy in the field. That's going to be important from a Brunt point of view. So far, it has been for the majority. There's one misfield downfield for down the ground for a 4, but so far, not bad at all. 41 for 2. Ola Renshaw on strike. Flighted delivery, good length. Just the 1. One over left of the power play, 42 for 2 after 5 overs. And into the attack from the pavilion end, Sophie Morris. So a change of bowling, Sophie Morris into the attack. Sliced away into the offside. It's going to land safe. Come back for second run. On Renshaw. Come for a quick single, and I think that would have been out if it was a direct hit. Maybe just the one buzzer hit. Yeah, slight mistake in the field. But just the one extra. And the end of the power play. Wouldn't be the worst power play in the world overall, but the way they were going early on, I think they would have wanted more. And of course they lost those important wickets as well. $50 on the board for Team Knights for the loss of 2 wickets. End of the power play as well. So now 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle. So after 6 overs, 50 for 2. Change of bowling for Team Brunts from the Paula Radcliffe end, number 6, Riva Pindoria. And a wicket with the first ball. I was about to say Riva Pindoria into the attack, and it's an attempted sweep, and the fielder 5 legs up in the circle, and an easy catch. 3 wickets down now. So it's a no ball and a free hit. It's going to run through for just the one. So just back with the action. I think we've got a reason why we have had a slight confusion there. So the delivery was a no ball, and I've had a quick chat with the scorers, and I think the reason why it was a no ball was because the overs on the scoreboard now says 6, when previously it did say 6. So now it's the end of the power play, and I think there was too many fielders outside of the circle for that one delivery, which resulted in a wicket. Hence the reason it was given as a no ball, and then the batter was then called back. Top edge and caught. Now this time it should be a wicket. So only a brief respite really, nothing really has actually changed, but I think we've got to the bottom of that mystery. Anyway, 3 down now after the power play is finished. Jessica Renshaw goes for 17, and the score 65-4-3. New batter for Team Knight, number 6, Neve Holland. (66-4-3). So again, now 4 allowed outside of the circle. Now they are. And technically, if we're going to follow the Duckworth-Lewis score, we're actually on course for this run chase. 3 down though. A wicket or 2 would really change that. So it still is in the balance. At the moment, Abby Norgrove 21 not out. Now with Neve Holland at the crease, and a direct hit, and that's out. Great fielding. Liberty Heap there with the direct hit, and a big wicket goes. Norgrove goes to 21. 69 for 4. Abbey Norgrove goes for 21. Team Knight score 69 for 4. New batter for Team Knight, number 11, Harriet Robson. So new batter, Harriet Robson, off the mark with her first delivery. Neve Holland on strike, 4 down. That has gone very high. 2 fielders underneath this, and neither of them get in there. I had my hands on my head there. I thought there was going to be another a collision in the field. A lovely connection and a lovely sweep, 4-4. Much needed for Team Knight. Change of bowling and Libby Heap into the attack from the pavilion end. 77 for 4 after 8. Up in the air, but safe. 77 for 4. So just behind the Duckworth Lewis now. Of course, those 4 wickets are going to help there. A little bit of drizzle actually out there. Heap into the attack. Excellent over from Libby Heap. She's really turning the screw now, 115 required. Knight cannot afford to get behind this rate. Big shot down the ground. Fielder going to stop this on the boundary. So just the one. Nine overs gone, 79 for 4. Forty, 80 for 4 off 9. Which ultimately, if this was a first innings, that wouldn't be the worst start to an innings. The worst first 9 you'd ever see, 80 for 4. You'd be slightly concerned maybe with the 4, but you've got the runs on the board. But when you need another 113 to go, you need to do it again and then some. And you've lost 4 of your best batters. It's going to be an uphill task for Team Knight. I remember started actually with a win against Team Brunt, or just short of Riva Pindoria. It's not going to go for 4. Cries of well done, Geechie. Emily Geach down there. Should be a wicket and taken out. Harriet Robson goes for 11, and I think it's safe to say the writing is on that wall. 5 down, 81 for 5. Harriet Robson goes for 11. And the score 81 then 4-5. New batter to the crease for Team Knights, Laura Smitham. So 5 down, 82 for 5. Oh, it's dropped. Keeper's dropped that. She could maybe run them out. Oh, direct hits. Not out. My word, she nearly made amends there. But she will be quite unhappy with that. Seren Smale. Quite a regulation catch. But 83 for 5, still in a very good position. So we've reached the halfway stage, 83 for 5. So Heap continues from the pavilion end, 84 for 5. Says on the scoreboard 109 required, but we know that's not right. 102 now required, 85 for 5. Oh, an attempted scoop. A run through for what would be a leg bite. .86 for 5. These overs, if they're going to carry on like this, are going to just tick by, and the amount's going to get too much for Team Knight. Liberty Heap bowling very well. The clouds really are starting to get darker and darker. Good hands by the keeper this time, but safely in. The breeze just starting to pick up, and the clouds just starting to circle around the Hasselgrave Stadium. Closing in also on a win for Team Brunt. And they'll be in the final, it seems, versus Team Siver tomorrow, 10 o'clock sharp. Final of the school games. Another big plane takes off. That's going to make its way around here, actually. Heap into bowl. That's short. Pulled away. Should run for 4. Does so. Pulled away very nicely, actually. Good connection from Niamh Holland. End of the over, 11 gone, 91 for 5. 11 overs gone, 91-4-5. Katie Donovan bowling from the Paula Ratcliffe end, 92 for 5. 11 overs gone. Plenty of noise coming from the hockey. Just behind from where she's bowling. Swiped down the ground just for a single. Pulled away by Niamh Holland into the deep. It's not going to run for 4 though. It's quite a long boundary down there. Just hearing actually the final tomorrow is going to be on a different pitch. And just looking in the outfield from the position of the camera, with the pitch just to the left, immediately to the left. So that'll bring in the boundary at the moment on the leg side, which is really quite far. Groves with a huge 6 earlier for Team Brunt. First 6 we saw over there, but I think there'll be a bit more chance of that happening tomorrow. It's going to run for 4 byes, missing everything. And ended it over, the 100 up as well. 12 overs gone and 100 up for Team Knights, 100 for the loss of 5 wickets after 12. To continue from the pavilion end will be Liberty Heap. So Heap carries on, why not? Now that could be very interesting. I think she may have just caught that with a bat, because she's just wandered straight in front of her stumps. I think she's got an inside edge onto her pads there. She would have certainly been. Out to LBW. Big shot down the ground and plucked from the sky. A great catch there by Josie Groves. It's been her day. She's had wickets with the ball. She's taken a good catch on the boundary. And she smashed 42 with the bat. The Grove Show at the Hasselgrove. Laura Smithson goes for 5, and the score for Team Knights 100 for the loss of 6 wickets. New batter for Team Knights, number 8, Emily Cherms. So 6 down for the loss of, 100 runs on the board for the loss of 6. And I think we can say now with a little degree of certainty that it's going to be Team Brunt in the final, 101 for 6. Still there on 20 is Neve Holland. Neve, a very clean striker of the ball, just there as well, just turning it into the leg side and to deep backward square. And it's very, very well timed, but just feel it's too much now. Heap into bowl again. Singles are fine for Team Brunt. That's very close. That was very close to a run out. Just going to be the one. And end of the over. 104 for 6. 104 for 6. Team Knights. And a change of bowling from the Paula Radcliffe end, Grace Johnson. So Grace Johnson into the attack then from the Paula Radcliffe end as another huge jet takes off. Now that, James, is definitely going. In fact, actually, that's going to turn around. So that's going to go to Europe. Just run through for a single. That's banking around very, very tightly. So I reckon that's going. In fact, actually, that could be going across Europe, maybe towards kind of Greece area, that kind of plan. Yeah, it does sound like a good plan. A bit warmer than it is now. 105 for 6. In comes Johnson. Hammered through the covers, brilliant shot, and it runs away for 4. bludgeoned through the covers. By Emily Cherms. Johnson in again. Go down as a wide. Johnson in again and off the back foot. This is a lovely placed effort from Emily Cherms. Just be the one, but graceful. That's time in. 113 for 6. Johnson in again. Oh, swing and a miss. Missed everything. 4 runs. Hands on the boundary. High Groves, end of the over, 14 gone, 118 for 6. $118 for 6 after 14 overs. Sophie Morris to bowl from the pavilion end. Sophie Morris then from the pavilion end, 119 for 6. 124 for 7 now, Team Knights. Emily Jones goes for 13. New batter, Olivia Thomas. Direct hit, tremendous run-outs, and the next wicket goes. New batter for Team Knights, number 14, Charlotte Lamberts. 124 for 8. Eight wickets down, 124 on the board. When I mentioned the writing was on the wall, someone's gone over it in permanent marker now. It's a little bit. The sun might come through around here, but it's a little bit black over Bill's mother's over there, to be fair. So it's. I think we're going to avoid the rain that might arrive. That's down leg side. It should really be a wide. Nope. Yep, wide given. 124 for 8. Get all sorts passing the commentary box. 125 then with that wide. Arms of Lambert down the ground for just the one. So it's going to be Brunt versus Siver in the final. They played each other yesterday and it was a fairly comprehensive win for Brunt, but Siver never really turned up, and today Siver were exceptional. It's going to be a very good final. Some big hitters on the Siver side, but then when you look at Brunt with what Groves did today, along with Heap, plenty of batting. I think there's going to be, yes, James, heaps of batting. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be a thriller, and I think it's going to be a very high-scoring game as well. 10 o'clock sharp tomorrow, the final. Be there or be watching on YouTube. Make sure you can get down to Loughborough University if you can. That's pitched in short, should be turned away. So it's going to be, it's going to go through for 4 runs. That was a genuine slip there by Riva Pindoria. First of all, she's okay, but just at the last second, foot gave way. There is going to be some remarkable turnaround. Going to start somewhere. That 4 maybe. Another throw at the stumps. Doesn't really matter in terms of the overthrow. High down the ground and over the fielder and runs for 4. Shot down the ground. Thought for a minute, as soon as it left the bat, I thought it was going to go to the fielder, but too much on it. And a welcome 4, 136 for 8. $136 for 8 after 16 overs. And the change of bowling for Team Brunt from the pavilion end. Grace Johnson. $137 for 8, 16 overs gone. So 50 required. Attempted ramp. In goes Johnson. And the attempted ramp this time goes straight into the wickets. Johnson, that's a good piece of bowling there. Knew that the ramp was on, so it's essentially you miss, I hit. And this time, that's what happened. 9 down, start the car. Neve Holland goes for 29. Score 137 for 9. Final batter for Team Knight, number 3, Bethan Miles.
Alongside my heart, so tame my flesh and fix my eyes.
Grace Johnson bangs it in a bit shorter, so 1 wicket to go. 137 for 9, so Brunt versus Siver tomorrow. It's all over. Johnson once again, straight. And it does for Bethan Miles, full and straight. And job done, 137 all out. Team Knights with 137 in their innings this morning and 137 in their innings this afternoon. It's going to be Siver versus Brunt tomorrow in the final. And the final wicket goes 137 all out, Team Knight. And it will be Team Brunt to advance to tomorrow's final to take on Siver. Big round of applause, please, for Team Knight. And let's hear it for the victors, Team Brunt. So congratulations to Team Brunt. They advance to tomorrow's final and take on Team Siver. Tomorrow's final, 10 o'clock sharp. Make sure you're here to watch tomorrow's final. If you can't be here, then it will be live on YouTube, just like every sport here at the school games. Now, to all spectators, currently taking place is the triathlon. So many of the roads are currently occupied by the cycling part of the triathlon. So if you're exiting the ground in the next few minutes, the best two ways are either through the gap in the hedge towards the hockey. There will be an exit by the main entrance here, the ECB centre, away to my left, pointing over here, will be to your right. The main entrance to the ground, which many of you would have walked in, if you do go out that way, there is a crossing, but do be aware, cyclists are passing very, very quickly, and a lot of those roads are blocked off. So the best two ways are either through the hockey or the main entrance up by the entrance to the ECB centre, rather than the cricket ground itself. If you do need to go by the cricket ground main entrance, there is a crossing, do be aware, just ask for details from the stewards, because again, the triathlon is taking place, and especially the cycling part. So once again, just to confirm that announcement, if you do go out the main entrance to the stadium here at the cricket, many of the roads are blocked off. There are crossing points, but you may have to walk a few hundred metres down the road to a crossing point and then come back on yourself. So again, the main entrances to walk out from will be the main exits, the hockey, and again, the main entrance to the ECB centre, not the cricket ground, the actual ECB centre. If you do need to leave via the entrance to the cricket ground, there are crossings, but not immediately in front of you. You will have to walk a distance. Again, this is because of the triathlon taking place.
Does all this main road shut? Oh, right, okay.